Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Please, a round of applause for Fsdh Group for bringing us all together to co-create.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Fsdh Asset Management, Toyin Owolabi, good morning, sir. Here he is. The Managing Director and CEO of Fsdh
Our
Capital,
innovative
Abibola
spirit
Kasim, good morning.
is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that. But the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
And to all members of the board, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. The Director General, Debt Management Office, Ms. Patience Oniha.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do as FSDH, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur.
Director General PENCOM, Omolola Oloworaron, good morning. All our panel speakers, panel moderator here in the course of the day will be introduced and will be on stage. We say thank you for honoring us with your time and intervention to be co-creators today. Good morning. My name is Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, and I am honored to be Master of Ceremonies today. Good morning. That's for me, that's for me, that's for me. Thank you very much. Many times, if you're in a plane, not many times, every time you're in a plane, the only person that doesn't realize how fast you're going is the person in the plane. Everybody else can see it move, woo! But you in there, you're calm, you're relaxed. We're moving fast, co-creating Nigeria's future in the space of investing. We may not feel it because we're sitting comfortably, but believe me, the results will show. So once again, I say thank you for being here and good morning. It is my delight to welcome on stage the problem-solving, future-forward, visionary woman who leads the team of other nation builders that show up to work every day as bankers. She sits at the helm of affairs of the Fsdh Merchant Bank. Please join me welcome my madam at the top, Nicola Smith, for the welcome remarks. If your hands are free, as co-creating as they should be, a very warm welcome as we get into the core of the day.
Good morning. Thank you very much to everyone who has made it early to our event today. We really do appreciate you. And apologies for starting a few minutes late. We're actually waiting for some signals for some of our speakers. Our keynote speaker, unfortunately, is not joining us physically at the last minute because of some state activities, but he will be online. And so we would hear from him shortly. So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, panelists, partners, colleagues, members of the press, everyone joining us virtually. We acknowledge our virtual attendees across Nigeria and beyond. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to our inaugural edition of the Fsdh Investors Conference. Today is more than a launch of a conference. It's a gathering of minds, institutions, and leaders committed to shaping the future of investing in Nigeria. I would like to take a moment to appreciate everyone who has honored this invitation. Some of you got the invitations at the very last minute, and you still have honored us with your presence this morning. We especially thank you and appreciate you. We appreciate all those that are here physically, and also for those that are participating virtually. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to building a stronger, more resilient investment ecosystem. And we are truly grateful for your time with us this morning. We have conceived this investors conference for a number of reasons and also over the years. The goal was not simply to host another financial event, but it was also to create a platform where meaningful conversations can happen. I know that a lot of us will be wondering, there's so many events that we have in Nigeria. I want to assure you that this one is different because not only are we gathering, we are also going to take the points that I've highlighted in the session today. And when we come back next year, we will tell you what we have done with the suggestions that we are giving today. So you're going to help hold us accountable and ensure that we implement the things that are discussed at the session today. At FSDH Group, Our commitment has always been clear to empower businesses and to enable growth. You would hear from Fsdh Merchant Bank, you will hear from Fsdh Asset Management, you would hear from Fsdh Capital as we go on in the conversation today. We understand that sustainable economic growth requires more than access to capital. It requires confidence, it requires trust, it requires strong institutions, it also requires policy clarity and a financial system that supports long-term investment. This year's theme, which we have called Co-Creating the Future of Intelligent Investing, reflects the reality. Nigerians' equity markets has delivered very, very strong rallies globally, in 2025, and that continues also currently. I'm sure a number of us are investors in the capital markets, and we're probably very pleased with the rally that we are seeing in the markets this past number of weeks. We have seen that last year, the market capitalization reached over 99 trillion naira. Retail investors' participation has also grown significantly, crossing over 9 trillion naira within just a number of months. These numbers are important because they show confidence, they show appetite, and they show possibilities. When we look back to where we were 2-3 years ago, we are very pleased about the progress that we see, not only in the capital markets, but in all our markets, and we believe that this will continue. Strong market performance, however, alone does not define an investable nation. An investable nation is built on sound policies, regulatory consistency, market transparency, and the confidence that the capital, especially long-term capital, can be deployed safely and productively. It is built on infrastructure that supports growth, institutions that provide and protect value, and partnerships that create scale. And we at Fsdh definitely understand this. Nigeria still requires significant investments to close critical infrastructure gaps, strengthen productive sectors, and deepening capital market participation. Public funding alone cannot meet these needs. Building an investable nation is not only the responsibility of government, it requires all hands on deck. It also requires regulators, institutional investors, banks, and I know some of you will be saying banks again, but yes, indeed, we need banks to help with this journey. And I know that a lot of people think that banks are not as supportive as they should be. But with the new capital that banks have raised, we believe that we'll be able to do a lot more than what we had done in the past. But again, as my risk managers will remind me, it has to be done in a very safe way so we do not lose capital. We also know that development finance agencies are also part of this ecosystem. In addition to private capital providers, business leaders, policymakers, all of us have a role to play in shaping the kind of economy that we want to see. Especially as our president has said to us that we must have a $1 trillion economy. All of us within the ecosystem will jointly be able to achieve that. We all want to see more in Nigeria, a stronger economy, sustainable growth, and a future we can all be proud of, a future the generation behind us will inherit. They will inherit it with confidence, and one we will be proud to say we built together through meaningful and active contributions. It requires stronger collaboration between regulators, pension funds, development finance agencies, banks, capital market operators, private investors, and the broader business community. And this is exactly why we're here today. Today's keynote address, and had been mentioned, the DG of Nigerian Security Exchange Commission will be joining us online, Dr. Agama. We are also privileged to have a fireside conversation with the DG of PenCon. She will be joining us physically, so please, I would ask that we all stay to listen to that fireside conversation, which I'm sure will be very insightful. We also have excellent panel conversations, and they are all designed to address some of the most important questions before us. How do we strengthen investor confidence? How do we mobilize pension capital for infrastructure financing? How do we improve liquidity in our capital markets? How do we build stronger collaboration between banks, technology platforms, and investors? We do have some of our fintechs who would also be on the panel with us today. So we're going to be hearing from them. These are not just future questions, they are present realities demanding present solutions. As we begin today's dialogue, I would like to encourage each and every one of us to engage fully. There's going to be a time for us to ask questions from the panelists and also from our DG PenCon. And I hope that we would ask bold questions. We would share practical insights. And like I mentioned earlier, it's not just for us to have a conversation. It's for us to have conversations where we can implement things, and that when we look back within a year or two, we will see the things that we both jointly curated at this event. Building connections are extremely important. So we're going to have sessions and times where we can then also further network. My hope is that we leave here not just with new ideas, but with clear direction and stronger partnerships that will shape the next phase of our economy and also the next phase of Nigerians' investment story. The future of investing in Nigeria would not be built by one institution alone. It will not be built only by our regulators. We all have to jointly do it. It will be co-created by all of us. And I really do appreciate that we have decided to spend this morning with us. And I look forward to us having a very productive and impactful conference. And like we say in FSDH, together we achieve more. Thank you very much to both of you, online and physically. We appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. I would call on the MC to take on the next item on the agenda. Oh yeah, she's right behind you.
Everyone, please appreciate Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Fsdh Merchant Bank, Bukola Smith. I've been trying to stop myself from saying it, but I'm about to say it. If you want it done well, give it to a woman. Oh my God. When she's, yes, please clap. When, naughty, right? I know. When she said, it's not just about the discussions, but the accountability. This time next year, ask us what we've done with what we've said. I was like, yeah, only women say this. But, well, no, I'm joking. Even though in every joke there's some truth, you know, no smoke without fire. So this time next year, we'd say, what did we do with what has been said? Ma'am, we appreciate you and the entire team and all the leadership of FSDH Group for such visionary direction. Once again, please appreciate her. A special feature we have today is a product spotlight, which we are about to present to you very excitedly. And to do this, I'd like to welcome the head of global custody at FSDH Merchant Bank, Osamwede Fadaka. Please receive her as she makes her way to stage.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on all existing protocol. So I'm here to present FSDH Merchant Bank as the preferred custodian bank. FSDH Merchant Bank got the license about 3-4 years ago. Right now, we render services through we render safekeeping services through FSDH Nominees, which is a registered company with the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria. And I would like to also quickly showcase the benefits of using FSDH Merchant Bank as a preferred custodian bank. So FSDH Merchant Bank has access to about 6 depositories, both international and local. We're starting with Euroclear. We have access to ACSD. We have access to the CSCS, FMDQ, NASD OTC, and as well the BROVM, which is a depository company that is located in Abidjan. So for those of our FPI clients who want to carry out trade settlements with companies on the West African platform, they can carry out their trade settlements and safekeeping services through the BROVM. Another benefit for us at FSDH Merchant Bank is that we're also a settlement bank, not just for fixed income instruments, but we also settle commodities, securities on the FX Exchange Depository. So we are currently custodians to collective investment schemes. We're also custodians to private equity funds, all assets for commodities as well. On the side of other benefits, we, through FSDH Merchant Bank that has the license to be the custodian bank, we at FSDH nominees can also render cash settlement and cash management services to our clients. In this way, so not just by holding financial securities, we can also help hold cash securities, which are also cash, on behalf of clients. That way, as the securities are being kept safe with us, your cash is also very much secured through the nominee entity that sits separately from FSDH Merchant Bank. So so looking at what we have here, I mentioned earlier that FSDH has access to hold securities and settle trades on these depositories listed here. The Euroclear, you can hold financial securities, both in fixed income, money markets, and equities, both in different currencies, in USD, euros, and GDP. Our settlement cycle is timeless. We render a straight-through process. Everything about FSDH is automated from start to finish. We're SWIFT-enabled, so your trades are settled timely. There's no issues of delayed trade settlements, and the response time is a straight-through process. Then on the side of the CBN as well, we have our direct access with ACSD, so assets are not commingled with the bank. The bank's assets are kept separately from the client's assets. Can you please move the slide? Thank you. So for the FSDH advantage, so for the FSDH advantage, we are fully regulated in Nigeria by both the Security and Exchange Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria. We have efficient operational reporting services. We render precise and accurate statements to clients. We have a one-on-one relationship with our clients. The things are kept very, very confidential between our clients and ourselves. And for collateral cash management, for those of our clients, or those clients for the bank or any other entity as it is, if you decide to have carry out services that involve having your assets collateralized, FSDH Nominees Limited can hold those assets on your behalf to protect the interest of both the clients and the entity they're carrying out such transactions with. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Ms. Osamede Fadaka for the product spotlights. Thank you again. I understand our keynote speaker is able and ready to join us. But before he comes up, I'd like to welcome very warmly this morning former Managing Director, FSDH Merchant Bank, Mrs. Hamda Amba, who is here with us. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence today. Former Executive Director, FSDH Merchant Bank, Mr. Taiwo Otiti is also here. Good morning, sir. who are joining us virtually, we say thank you for being here and welcome. And if you haven't said hello to the person who is seated behind you or beside, please say hello to them and welcome them very warmly. Thank you so much. Thank you. 2 years ago, our keynote speaker was brought into the Securities and Exchange Commission not to maintain the system, but to improve it and take it to the next level. Under his watch, the SEC is pursuing digital onboarding, youth inclusion, transparency agenda, and more, asking not simple but radical questions like, what if the capital markets indeed work for everybody? He has spent over 3 decades in the financial regulatory machinery, so he not only understands how it works, he makes it work better. Today, he has been asked to address each and every one of us in person and virtually on what it does take to build a nation that investors, local and international, actually want to back. Building an investable nation through policy, reform, and resilience is the keynote title, and I'm delighted to welcome the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, to speak to us this morning. Please receive him very warmly this morning. Boss, please confirm that you can hear us clearly. Can you hear our applause for you?
I can hear you and I can see your applause, not just hearing it. Thank you
for joining us.
All right.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First, I must apologize for not being able to join you physically. There's so much on my table, and so it was difficult for me to come down. My sincere apologies. It's indeed, would have been indeed my pleasure to come over and be part of the very, very important event that is taking place. Being the regulator of the Nigerian capital market, I have a responsibility to be there always for everyone, because indeed, when we speak about the capital market, we speak about the citizenry of Nigeria. That for us is very critical. And that's why being part of an event like this, for me, is part of my job and my responsibility, and I do not take it lightly. However, I'm here today virtually, thanks to technology, and so I will do justice to the assignment that has been given to me. So, distinguished luminaries of our financial ecosystem, esteemed chairperson of this conference, and indeed the managing director of the Fsdh Merchant Bank, heads of delegations and distinguished captains of industry, representatives of the investor community, domestic and international, regulatory colleagues, and development partners, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense privilege and a profound sense of institutional responsibility that I stand before you today to deliver this keynote address at the Fsdh Investor Conference, a gathering that by design and ambition signals much more than a convening of market participants. It signals a collective declaration that Nigeria's capital market is not merely observing the future of investing, it is co-creating it, as your team suggests. The moment we inhabit, let us begin with an honest assessment of the moment we are in. I heard the MD speaking to where the market has gone to, and I saw some underestimates, because the market has not only moved beyond the 90 trillions, the market has gone into the hundreds of trillions. Today, we can gladly say that the market is over 130 trillion in market capitalization. That is not a mean feat. It is something that we all should be proud about, because we are all members of this community. The global investment landscape is undergoing a transformation of a magnitude not witnessed since the advent of electronic trading in the late 20th century. Artificial intelligence, distributed ledger technology, quantum computing, real-time analytics, and the convergence of these forces are not incremental improvements to existing systems. They represent a categorical reimagination of how value is discovered, priced, allocated, and protected. We are at the threshold of what scholars and practitioners are calling the era of intelligent investing, a paradigm in which data does not merely inform decisions, but actively participates in them, in which algorithms are not tools of execution, but architects of strategy, and in which the investor of tomorrow will be defined not by the volume of capital at their disposal, but by the quality of intelligence that they deploy. The question before Nigeria is not whether this revolution will arrive. It has arrived. The question is whether we shall be its architects or its inheritors. I am here today to assert with conviction and to demonstrate with evidence that under the leadership of the stewardship of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Nigeria, and in partnership with institutions such as we have today, the capital market operators, we have chosen deliberately and irreversibly to be architects. What is the regulatory architecture? A market becomes intelligent not merely when its participants are sophisticated, but when its regulatory architecture is forward-looking, adaptive, and enabling. The SEC Nigeria has, in the past 24 months, undertaken the most comprehensive regulatory reform agenda in the Commission's history. Not as an exercise in institutional renewal anchored in the ambition of achieving a T+1 system, settlement system, SECO, the tokenization of market instruments, and the deepening of derivatives markets were crafted with a singular philosophical foundation. That regulation must run ahead of disruption, not behind it. We should not regulate the market of yesterday. We are building the regulatory scaffolding for the market of tomorrow. In the domain of digital assets, our engagement with the FATF frameworks, our correspondence with national security institutions on vast classification, our ongoing development of a comprehensive tokenized securities framework are not reactive measures. They are proactive governance, the kind of governance that gives investors confidence that innovation in Nigeria operates within a principled, supervised, and internationally credible ecosystem. Our fintech bank integration strategy, targeting 20 million retail investors, recognizes that intelligent investing must be democratic. It must reach the smallholder in Borno, the artisan in Aba, the civil servant in Kaduna, and the fisherman in Yenegua, not as charity, but as a structural inclusion into wealth creation systems. Intelligent investing is not exclusive, it is by design and expansive. Why do we have to co-create? Co-creation as a strategic doctrine. The theme of this conference, co-creating the future of intelligent investing, is not a poetic language, it is a strategic doctrine. Allow me to explain why. In conventional regulatory and market development theory, the state creates the framework, the market responds, and the regulator enforces. The linear model is structurally inadequate for the velocity and complexity of current transformation. In an era where market structures can be disrupted by a single algorithm decision in a nanosecond, where a decentralized protocol in Singapore can trigger liquidity events in Lagos, and where investor sentiment is shaped by social media communities faster than any disclosure mechanism can record, the traditional approach becomes insufficient. Co-creation means that regulators, market operators, investors, technology innovators, and development finance institutions sit simultaneously at the table of market architecture, not in sequence, but in parallel. It means that Fsdh insights from the front lines of merchant banking inform our regulatory sandbox parameters. It means that the algorithmic law research emerging from institutions where the next generation of compliance architects are trained shapes our rule-making assumptions. It also means that institutional investors provide real-time feedback on liquidity conditions that calibrate our intervention thresholds. Co-creation is not consultation. It is shared sovereignty over the future of our financial architecture. The SEC Nigeria has operationalized this doctrine. Our engagement with the Nigerian capital market ecosystem, from market operators to fintech innovators, for institutional investors to development banks, has moved from periodic dialogue to continuous co-design. The NCMI our professional development institution is being repositioned as a hub of intelligent market education, a place where practitioners, regulators, and academia could create the knowledge frameworks that will govern tomorrow's market. What is intelligent investing in the African context? I would be remiss if I did not situate intelligent investing within African continent context. Nigeria is not an island. We are the largest economy on the continent, the most populous democracy in Africa, and the jurisdiction whose capital market performance, as evidenced by our ranking as one of the top performing equity markets globally, resonates across the continent and in the boardrooms of global institutional investors. Africa stands at a unique inflection point. The continental free trade area architecture, demographic momentum, the rapid digital adoption curve, and the unmet demand for infrastructure financing create conditions that intelligent investing is uniquely positioned to address. The instruments of intelligent investing, algorithmic asset allocation, AI-driven credit scoring, tokenized infrastructure bonds, ESG integrated portfolios are not luxuries for mature markets. They are necessities for accelerating Africa's development trajectory. Indeed, our efforts at making this happen quickly speaks to our engagement in IOSCO, in which Nigeria currently serves as vice chair, and our deliberate participation in the architecture of African capital markets integration are expressions of our conviction that the co-creation of intelligent investing must be a continental project, not merely a national one. When Fsdh convenes an investor conference of this caliber, the ripple effects are not merely domestic, they signal to global capital that Nigeria is open, capable, and intelligently governed. And that signal is one of the most powerful investment instruments we possess. Why is the technology imperative? Ladies and gentlemen, no keynote on intelligent investing will be complete without a direct engagement with the technology that underpins it. Artificial intelligence in investment management is no longer a theoretical proposition. It is active reality. AI-driven portfolio optimization, natural language processing for earning analysis, machine learning models for credit risk, algorithmic compliance monitoring, and predictive analytics for market surveillance are tools that are reshaping the competitive landscape of global asset management. Indeed, the SEC is involved in predictive analysis in terms of surveillance practice. The question for Nigeria is, on which side of the technology divide shall we stand? The SEC Nigeria is committed to ensuring that our regulatory framework neither stifles technology adoption nor permits it to operate in opacity. We are developing AI governance frameworks for capital market participants, frameworks that demand explainability, accountability, and algorithmic fairness. An investor in Nigeria deserves to know not only what decisions were made on their behalf, but how these decisions were reached. We recognize that the algorithms of today will become the systemic risk of tomorrow if left unregulated. But we equally recognize that the algorithms of today, properly governed, are the greatest democratization tools in the history of investing, capable of delivering sophisticated investment services to millions of Nigerians who have historically been excluded from wealth creation. Our regulatory posture on technology is neither prohibition nor permissiveness. It is intelligent governance. At the center of our vision for intelligent investing stands the investor, not as an abstract market participant, but as a human being whose financial security, retirement dignity, and economic participation are entrusted to the integrity of the system we build. The sophistication of intelligent investing must never be allowed to become a vehicle for the obfuscation of risk or the exploitation of information asymmetries. Our deepening of the investor protection architecture, including the establishment of a dedicated investor protection department, the strengthening of our enforcement mechanism, and our national financial literacy program, reflects our unambiguous commitment that intelligent investing must be trustworthy investing. Confidence is the ultimate asset in a capital market. Every disclosure we enforce, every fraud we prosecute, every investor we educate adds to the stock of market confidence. And confident markets attract capital, generate growth, and create the conditions for the kind of long-term intelligent investing that builds nations. As I approach my conclusion, I wish to address directly the institutional actors represented in this room: the fund managers, the pension trustees, the development finance officers, the fintech innovators, the investment bankers, and the sovereign wealth stewards. The future of intelligent investing in Nigeria will not be built by the regulator alone. It will be built it will not be built by any single institution. However distinguished, it will be built in the spaces of active collaboration, where the risk appetite of institutional investors shapes the design of new instruments, where the data of intelligence technology informs the surveillance capacity of regulators, where the development mandate of multilateral institutions provides the patient capital that anchors long-term market deepening. FSDH has, through this conference, created one such space. I commend the leadership of the institution for recognizing that convening power, the power to bring the right actors into the same room with the right agenda, is itself a form of market development. Today's conversations are tomorrow's market infrastructure. I invite each of you as market participants, as innovators, as custodians of capital, and as citizens of this Federal Republic of Nigeria to move from participation to co-creation. Engage with your regulator and regulatory reform processes. Bring your intelligence, your data, your experience, and your ambition to the design table. The SEC Nigeria does not regulate for the market. We regulate with the market. Because at the table or you are on the menu. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of intelligent investing is not a destination we arrive at. It is a process we engage. It is built in every transaction executed. It is built in every transaction executed with integrity. Every algorithm designed with accountability. Every regulatory framework crafted with foresight. And every investor protected with vigilance. Nigeria's capital market is not merely a financial infrastructure. It is a reflection of our national ambition, our collective declaration that we are capable of building systems worthy of our trust of the citizens of our country and the confidence of the world. The intelligence we invest in building this market today is the prosperity we harvest for generations yet unborn. Indeed, the future of intelligent investing begins here, in this room, in this conversation, in this moment of co-creation. On behalf of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Nigeria, I thank FSDH for the honor of this platform. I commend every participant in this conference for their commitment to Nigeria's capital market future. And indeed, to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the confidence and for the support to bring our market to where it is today, like never before. And I charge each one of us to leave this hall, not merely informed, but activated, ready to co-create the future that our nation rightfully deserves. I believe strongly that it's yet another opportunity to do what is best for Nigeria, and indeed, that is what the FSDH conference is doing. To God be the glory. Thank you very much for listening.
Dr. Emamotimi Agama, thank you so much for your intervention, for your charge. Thank you for lending credence to the conversation today, letting us know that the SEC is ready. A few words that I heard or I put together from all that was said: power, clarity, signaling, which is communication, letting the world know we are ready, sophistication, yet simplicity, and nobody should ask, what are they doing? Why? You are part of it. So you can't be saying, what are they doing? It is, what are we doing today? Please, again, appreciate our keynote speaker, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Imomotimi Agama. Thank you, sir. Our first panel is coming up right away, and I'm sure they will take some pointers from the keynote into the conversation being had. I am delighted to welcome the moderator for the panel, which before today I have only seen on television. I see him on Channels TV, where he reports from crypto markets to other markets. Amazingly, he has an economics background, and so he brings to bear his wealth of experience in the conversation. Please join me as I welcome valuable asset, business journalist, Channels Television, Laddie Williams. Mommy, I made it. I'm with Laddie.
Thank you. Well, good morning, distinguished guests. It's great to be here. I want to thank the Fsdh team for putting this together and also trusting me with this panel session. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see all of you. You look great. You look intelligent. And this is a great time to be an intelligent investor, a time where risk assets are becoming safe haven, and safe haven assets are becoming risk. It's all bumbled, at this point. So you need to get that experience, and thank you to the Fsdh team for putting this together. So I'm going to be handling this panel session, and it's going to be informative, that's for sure. I'd like to call on Mr. Hakeem Mohammed to come on stage here. He's the Executive Director, Fsdh Merchant Bank, someone I've spoken to a lot on TV. Welcome, sir. Please keep clapping for him as he comes up. Welcome. I'd like to also call on Mr. Chai Gang. He's the Deputy Director, Payment System Policy at the CBN. Please put your hands together for him. He leads the Innovation and Initiative Management Office within the Payments System Policy Department. Please put your hands together for him again. All right. I'd like to also call on Yamo Omorigbe. She's a co-founder, COO at Bamboo, a digital investment platform that gives Africans real-time access to trade in the US, local assets, and also for their personal finance, and they can also use their personal devices. I'm sure, who has a Bamboo app here? I'm sure, yeah, a couple of us do. Yeah, welcome. All right, so I'd like to call on Mr. Sheyi Ebenezer, as the CEO, PayAza Africa, a seasoned commercial banking expert and fintech entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience in driving innovation, business growth, and financial transformation. Trust me, their profiles are much bigger than what I've said so far. Thank you all for being here. Definitely, we're going to be talking about a very important topic now, and this has to do with a smarter market. In my mind, a smarter market is a market where money flows easily, through, and everyone is able to participate in that kind of market. So we're going to see how we can bridge the gaps between banks and investors at this point. That's very important right now. Thank you all for being here. It's great to have you, very intelligent people. First off, I would like to start with the lady in our midst. Ladies first at this point. Ms. Yamo Omorigbe. So definitely we keep talking about, smart. Everything is getting smarter at this point. Talk to me about what a truly smart financial market, what that looks like, especially for a Nigerian context.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hope everyone is doing well. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Fsdh, for putting this together. So when I think about a smart financial market, it's really not just about technology. Obviously, technology is important from a distribution perspective. But a smart market is one where capital is able to move securely, it's able to move transparently, and it's able to move effectively. And a big part of that is trust, right? So you have to trust that the systems work, that things are going to happen, that when you move your money from point A to point B, that it's going to go well. The second thing is liquidity, right? Because you need capital to be able to move efficiently from where it's sitting. So in most times it's just sitting in the bank, or it's sitting under someone's mattress in any case. But you want to be able to move capital from wherever it's sitting to where it can be most productive. And a smart financial system, a smart financial market is where we're able to do that, and and the average consumer is able to trust that when they do enter a position, they're able to exit said position. So trust is important, liquidity is important, and the third thing I believe is access. Access is really, really important for a smart financial system, a smart financial market. We're still in a position where there's a lot of gains occurring in the capital market, but it's still largely being reaped by institutional players or super rich people. But as we said, as the DG said in his speech, how do we get Nigeria to a place where you have 20 million people participating in the capital markets? How do you get these 20 million people being able to deploy their capital and being able to make that capital productive? Because at the end of the day, that's sort of the contract we have of capitalism, right? We say that yes, you can build these massive organizations, and these massive organizations can grow, of course, and on the back of the average human. People think about food, and the average person that is buying, let's say, Boa Foods, right, in your day-to-day. But the contract we have on capitalism is that these massive conglomerates can grow, but the average person can decide to own a part of them. So as the conglomerates grow, the average person can also grow their wealth with them. And a smart financial system allows people to do this and trust that it happens.
Right. So looking at Nigeria now, a scale of 1 to 10, how smart are we? For the market.
I think we're on the way. I think tech has helped. I think platforms like this has helped. We've seen that there's a lot more retail participation in the capital market. For us at Bamboo, that's a big thing that's important for us, improving retail participation in the capital market. SEC has done a lot of regulatory work to help improve trust as well in the market. So I think we're on the way. I'm not sure that I want to give a score now, but I think we're on the way, and there's always room to grow.
All right, maybe I'll just give us a 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. All right. Let me come to Mr. Fsdh Ebenezer now. He's the CEO at Piazza. For you, what would you like to add, to what she said, so far, looking at Nigeria?
All right, thank you. Firstly, I just want to say thank you for having Fsdh team. My major understanding and then what I would like to contribute in the first instance is, I do ask myself questions here. If you talk about the financial market, it solely rely on trust. And then my first question I ask anybody regarding trust is that, why do you think a thief has a bank account? So if you can ask the question and say, why do you think a thief has a bank account? The only reason why he has a bank account is that he or she does not trust he or herself that if I keep this money somewhere, it's going to be safe. So I'd rather keep it in a place where I can go and knock the door, collect the money, and then go out. So that's the basis of any financial system. So if you can be built on trust, like my sister said, so that's the first level. Number two, which coming to the context of what we're discussing today, co-creating and everything, the second highlight is infrastructure. If you're going to talk about smart anything, there was this day I landed in DC, then I was going to New York. I couldn't fly, so I was driving down. And then all through that journey, I never had probably 3G, buffer, anything while I was on the Zoom call. That was the day I understood infrastructure. So if you're talking about smarter anything, so infrastructure had to go alongside with any trust on the first side, infrastructure on the other side, then the collaboration of the two, then we talk about smart financial system and ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. I'd like to come to Mr. Hakeem now. We know there are a couple of parties that play in this market that's trying to make markets smarter. You have the banks, you have technology, and you have the investors. But looking at it holistically, we see that there's a gap somewhere. Some of the participants sometimes they work against each other, or they're not able to collaborate. What do you think is the problem there? Why do we have the gap, and how can it be closed? Try it again. All right, we'll get a handheld now for that. Okay. Okay, let's get a handheld.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay.
So let me let me speak with this. So I think the biggest gap that I see, in the system today, is maybe has to do with interoperability. So whereby, yeah, okay. So I think the biggest gap I see is about interoperability, which is the concept around if a bank has done something, she should be able to rely on some of the things that we've done. So today, for example, it makes no sense that the same customers who bank with a commercial bank are the same customers that you're serving or that Yomo is serving. But at every point of the way, I will do the KYC, she does the KYC, you also have to do the KYC. The question is, why are we not sharing? Right? And that for me is one of the biggest problems that I see. KYC is one of them, and there's also the issue around how you also share even financial data, because there are some things, for example, that you as a bank, you see of the same customers, right? When this customer is going to buy stocks or something on Bamboo, the Bamboo app, there should be, that customer should already be profiled, such that the system should already know, what is Hakim's risk profile? What are the sort of securities that he may like? Okay, he's an ex-trader, this is what he does, he must enjoy risk. So let me push more sophisticated securities to him. For me, those are the things that we need to do, and it's the work that we all have to do. One, as banks, the fintechs, even the regulators. So the regulatory sandboxes, for example, that we have today, that the SEC and Co are championing, central bank, SEC, they all have all of that. It helps to build, to nurture innovation. It allows people to be able to put in what it is that they're doing and try to see how they can push it straight into the market without necessarily being constrained by the fact that they are trying to do it all by themselves. The fintech may have done something. So we have, for example, one of those, I think it's YouVerify, that are already doing KYC today. So the question is, why can't others plug into it? Why do you have to start it all over again? At Fsdh, for example, we are deploying API to fintechs, whereby we're helping them to use some of the KYC that we've done. So on the BVN, for example, they can plug into our system, so that way, if you're trying to verify me, I just only need to put in my BVN number, and you know who it is that you're talking to, because a bank has done the work. So the fintech doesn't have to necessarily go and replicate the same thing.
So, personal experience.
Yeah.
I've had to do KYC on so many platforms, and sometimes it's so frustrating. You've registered on this other platform. Yeah. They're like even a sister company. At this time, you have to do the whole process all over again. What's the solution to that? Is it open banking? What do we do?
Yeah, so those are some of the, open banking is one. And like I mentioned, there's already...
I'm sorry, how do I trust that company A has done the right KYC, so I'm not inheriting something that's not complete?
So this will have to be championed. There has to be a sit down, like what we're having today, where folks, the banks, naturally, because of what we do, we we tend to bank, some of these sort of kind of customers. So there has to be a sit down between the banks, maybe the regulators, to be able to, again, one of the things to be worried about as an individual is if I put my personal details on this platform, how am I sure this guy is not using it for some other ulterior motive? Which is where, a regulated entity comes into play. Because I'm sure that the central bank, for example, would ensure that this particular bank that I'm giving this to, that they protect my data. So data protection clearly is one of the things you'll be worried about, and it's actually one of the things that you want to ensure that you get right, so that going forward, folks like you and others who may have this sort of concerns will be maybe better suited for this sort of thing. So because the issue that you have is that you don't want to put in, you hear about systems being hacked every now and then, and there's that fear that, if I give this thing to one random fintech that I don't know, that is run by, by somebody who is not even, maybe not a banker, just some, school kid that just got out of school, smart, can code.
There's so many fintech apps out there.
Absolutely.
So many.
Yes, but I think generally, with banks, because banks are better regulated, right? I think folks are generally more comfortable when these sort of initiatives are led by banks, because they know that central bank, again, you probably may want to add to this, but central bank has, protocols that you need to follow, and they come every now and then to check that you haven't breached any of those. When people get more comfortable, then they'll be more willing to pass on their data to this sort of initiative.
Yeah. Keyword, comfortable. Have so many people come to me and say, Ladi, I want to start investing. Show me, where do I go? Okay, get on this app. They're asking for my BVN, Ladi. I don't want to give them my BVN. They're going to hack me, stuff like I've had, heard that a lot, at this point. But let me come to Mr. Chai Gang. Now, definitely from a regulatory perspective, innovation moves fast. And most of the time, there's that debate that regulation sometimes slows them down. So in your view, how do you balance, innovation, being fast, and also protecting, the system?
Okay, thank you, Fsdh, for bringing CBN here. So innovation, a lot of the time, precedes regulation. And the resolve that we at the central bank have been able to do over the years is to ensure that through the process that we are there to create the enabling environment. So even at the point of design, even at the point of regulation, we build regulation in such a way that there's stakeholder engagement from the beginning, so that builds trust. And then innovation is built into compliance by design, so that if you are co-creating from when the ideas are coming up and you're doing it together, so there's need for alignment between the regulator and the innovator to be in alignment when the process is being developed, such that when innovation happens, innovation has taken into recognition guardrails and compliance by design, so processes from the beginning have already been retrofit to be compliant by nature. Also speaking around, so part of the other questions you asked was also looking at shared infrastructure. It's very key, and that's part of the learnings we've taken from the payment system. We've been able to build quite a number of shared infrastructure. So even when it comes to digital identity, when it comes to instant payment, it's been able to lower the entry barrier for new entrants, lower the cost of transactions, because it's a platform that multiple entities are connected to and are required to connect to. In the beginning, it was hard getting people to connect. But once everyone was able to see the vision and understand that we stand to benefit from this, then trust was enabled, and then people were able to fully integrate, such that today, any new market entrant that's coming through the payment system is able to plug and have access to multiple payment rails.
All right, so would you say we've seen an improvement, when it comes to innovation and regulation kind of meeting, somewhere in the middle?
Yes, so the process is continuous. So even, for instance, The payment system vision first went live in 2007, which involved multiple stakeholder engagements and really letting the market lead the way in developing regulations for a future payment system. Now, why I say it's continuous, because even though we're doing all of that, we've also embedded a regulatory sandbox, which also gives us a better eye into the future of innovation in digital financial services. We're also doing open banking, which also has shared infrastructure for open banking registry, for consent management, and the like. So it doesn't stop. As innovation keeps on evolving, regulators also have to evolve and make sure that they're also innovating as well. So you don't just leave the innovation to the operators, you also have to innovate. And then you also have to design regulation to co-create with innovation.
Fantastic. The regulator has to also innovate, at this point. Let me come to you now, Yamo. So we know there's friction most of the time between traditional finance and fintech. We're trying to, close that gap at this point. For you, what does collaboration mean, to make markets smarter?
I think it will be helpful it's always helpful when there's collaboration around, specific market bottlenecks. Like he spoke about infrastructure. At the end of the day, collaborating to help improve market infrastructure helps improve things for everyone. So sometimes we still see a lot of the time, we still see that a lot of collaborations are mostly partnerships. They're mostly bespoke. So it's like, TradFi company A, having a partnership with fintech B, and it's bespoke and it works for both of them. But I think the most effective type of collaboration is where we agree on specific bottlenecks. So it could be KYC, like he spoke about. It could be payments. It could be various things. There's different distribution things we need. There's a lot of information, lots of data that sits with big banks, for example. Whatever the specific bottleneck is, actually working together to fix that bottleneck and making it available to the entire market, so that it's actual infrastructure that everybody can build upon, and that will help improve market efficiency.
Right. And I guess personally for me, I'd like to also see collaboration when it comes to transaction fees. Because if I'm sending money from my bank into a trading app, I'm going to be charged there. When I get to the app, I'm also charged. Trading, selling, buying, there's a charge there. So personally, what do you think can happen when it comes to transaction fees, where the investor is not charged every time? Is there a possibility there?
So I think fees are a thing that generally reduce as markets grow. As markets start to grow, as volumes grow, you see that naturally fees start to reduce. The example we always use is phones, right? When SIM cards first came and when telecom started, SIM cards were so expensive. It was like how much for those first MTN SIM cards? Like how much? 20,000. I don't remember how much it was. It was a ridiculous amount. But right now, the SIM card is essentially free, and you buy data, you buy credits, and we've even seen like over time, data credit starts to drop. When you look at somewhere like the US, for example, where the market is big and the market is trillions of dollars, they're paying you to trade, not the other way around, because like order flow is important. So I think as markets start to grow, as businesses start to get bigger, as volumes start to grow, you will see fees automatically just start to reduce as a function of the free market, because these businesses still have to exist, right? So right now, there's multiple layers of fees, but fees are the first place that people compete at the end of the day. And so as that competition starts to grow and those volumes grow, fees will start to reduce.
Right, that'll be great to see, because I've seen a platform where you got a charge for depositing and a charge for taking money out, of that platform. I can imagine how it makes life difficult for investors. But Ebenezer, for you, what's the way to collaborate?
What you're saying, because one of the fundamentals that investors look at is how profitable is the platform, how profitable is the institution. And then profit is being earned from fees. So we have two types of fees, non-interest and interest, at least. Yeah. So in that vein, like she said, once we just, I've observed that Nigerians, or probably Africans, we can pay for efficient service. Once the service is very efficient, you tell your market in the sense that, okay, you know the people who are price sensitive, who are not price sensitive, but often than not from the research that we've done in terms of the payment and then B2B payment that we do, because when we're starting off, we look at two things. Price war is a race to bottom. So we look at the side of efficiency, and then we play on the side of efficiency. We see we got almost about 4 investment grade rating. We're able to participate in the market. We see what has been able to happen in terms of efficiency, and then the merchants who ride on in terms of fee. When they didn't get the service, they were on one side, so they had to then begin to onboard with us for efficiency, time up, settlement, T+0, like that, T+1. So merchants begin to pay for quality service. For instance, I pay for quality service if the service is uptime, instead of somebody promising, as in we see it happen in Nigeria, you promise 5G or 4G, and then you are still even dialing. I can dial you and I'm still cracking up. So, but people rather just either roam their line, even though they land in Nigeria, and then still roam their line and then pay for more service to do that. So that's on that part. And then fast forward to what I think Akim talked about, infrastructure sharing and everything. So recently I was reading about the data, and then owing to what the MD spoke about this one, that next year we're going to hold them accountable for the discussions that we have there. So the first thing I want to hold them accountable for is that how many data centers have we been able to support next year? Because what has happened over time is that if you look at, for instance, US has almost about 4,800 data centers, where all of these, our infrastructure, all of the data that have been hosted on. If you come to Nigeria with almost 230 million population, that we have, US has over 300 million, Nigeria has close to 70 million population, we have just 49. Out of those 49, functional is 25. Out of the 25 that is functional, the crack up is about 13. So you could see the number going down. So interestingly, so most of the data that we're thinking we're priding on here, some are just hosted, most of them are just outside the country where we're talking about. So interestingly, and then we've read all around the world, the next war is going to be a data war. So the best we can put our own infrastructure, owning institution like Madam Smith accountable, that how many bond, how many infrastructure, okay fine, this is what I want to support, so that will enable people like central bank to just be able to govern what we are doing extremely well, because the bottom line of every GDP, GNP is to be able to identify where your volume of money is per time. And a case in point is that I did analysis of, if you look at the volume of domiciliary accounts open in 2023 versus 2024 versus 2025 has nosedived drastically. But if you look at the volume of money that come into Nigeria has gone up. So the question is that, where is the money?
Very good question.
All right, no, I'm asking, so those are the things we need to know.
All right, so it'd definitely be better to have most of our data within and not outside, since we tend to import a lot of things.
These are long-term projects, so most of the merchant bank do a short-term. I mean, you see, they say time, because I was once a banker, so time loan 1 year, term loan, they say 3 years. You can never say any 7 year or 6 year. If you give an infrastructure fund, they say, oh, no, we cannot. So you understand. So we have to just change. As we're talking about the change and we want to hold ourselves accountable, so hence why we need to position some of the fund within our balance sheet for a long-term funding. That is obtainable in the West. They do that. And then I think it starts from the regulatory environment where CBN is not penalizing some, because if you pick a JP Morgan, for instance, a bad loan or let's say a bad debt there is sterilized and is not recorded in the following year balance sheet, even though they recover it. It's being sterilized elsewhere to fund a long-term project or to fund sectors that are very sensitive, like agric. You can't give agric a 2 double-digit facility and then there's nothing they can do with that. You can't give an infrastructure fund a double-digit. The last time I sat with Funke Opeke, she's sold me one down to MIT. She's lecturing now. But the stress of power, all of those things, it has to be a long-term project, which is what we need to hold ourselves accountable for at least next year. And by God's grace, I'll be here next year to ask the question.
Patient capital. A lot of people got called out right there. All right, let me take you to Mr. Gang now. So talk to me about how the CBN is posturing to empower a better connected and smarter banking system. And you can also respond to some of the comments he made.
Okay. So let me first of all respond to the issues around fees. Fees can be a bottleneck for a number of customers, especially with the way we want to scale financial services. It excludes instead of including. Central Bank has a regulation around guide to charges by banks and other financial institutions, where it places a cap for how much you can charge for certain services. However, the most ideal would be some sort of liberalization or an interchange model where there's guarantee of service, because even within that pricing model for where there's a cap, for instance, when you come to an MSC fee, certain operators may choose not to pay that minimum and zero it out because they have an arrangement with the merchant. But then all the enablers of that transaction do not, when there's nothing charged, nobody earns anything. So interchange in some jurisdictions has been the way to go, where you're guaranteed to earn something from that transaction. Now, sorry, what was the question again?
Yeah, to build a smarter banking system.
Okay, so to build a smarter banking system, collaboration is essential. Bringing the industry together. So for instance, we have the Bankers Committee, but just recently, sometime last month, CBN was able to inaugurate the Payment Service Provider Committee, which will function similar to the Bankers Committee, but would address issues within digital financial services, provide a direct line of communication between operators and CBN management to resolve the issues within that industry, and then also help with developing regulation and just bouncing off ideas of each other. And that helps. It builds trust. And by the time regulations come out or some initiative or innovation, everybody's already aware and accepting of it. So that makes it, it creates a smarter environment. It creates other issues around creating a smart financial system is also ensuring that systems are democratized and those that are excluded are also considered, because currently you may not see value in that. But once we're able to have scale and people are fully included, it will expand the market beyond what we imagine. Other ways to also expand that smartness is also to consider co-creation, not just with the regulator. So because sometimes operators are so fiercely competitive, they're unable to see that there are partnerships that they can build within themselves. But it just needs that alignment of expectations. For instance, there could be an ambition to expand beyond Nigeria and export some of the financial platforms and services that have worked in Nigeria. If I can't do it alone, or some other entity, maybe a bank which is more risk averse than a fintech that is more agile and is more innovative, if there's a collaboration to say, and an investor too that relies on consistency and predictable outcomes, those three can combine and say, we see an opportunity here, we don't have to always compete, we can co-create together. So it's not just, but it also requires a regulator that would act as an enabler and as a catalyst, to not just build the infrastructure, but to also inspire the market to move in a direction that is positive for the economy.
Thank you so much for that. I'll come to you now, Mr. Mohammed. So definitely we keep talking about trust. I'd like you to paint a picture of what that really means, for this for these stakeholders, and when it comes to investing, because I can demonstrate trust, with you. If you give me $1 million, I'll give it back to you tomorrow. You can trust me. How do you define trust between these stakeholders?
Okay, actually, trust is the bedrock for financial services. Once there is no trust, everything breaks down. So the reason why, for example, you may not be comfortable giving your personal details to some fintech is because you don't necessarily trust them. But because if you see names, Fsdh, and any of the commercial banks that you're comfortable with, because you've been there, either because you banked with them, or you know someone who does, and they've told you every time I went into that institution, I get my money out. So you've built that trust. So that trust is really the reason why you keep going back there. And for me, that's the basis upon which financial services run. Once trust breaks down, as counterparty, so I'm a bank A, I'm dealing with bank B. The reason why I'm able to say, I'm selling dollars to you, or I'm taking funding from you, or I'm placing with you, is because I trust that the funds is going to come back. Once you start to doubt whether that will come back or not, then you run away. So Bamboo has built a very successful, I would say, app, right? And that's also because people have, over time, have not trusted it. I'm sure if you ask Yomo, for example, what the experience was in the initial days, folks would be very uncomfortable, putting their cards or transferring funds to them and all of that. But over time, things have changed. And maybe to also speak very briefly on the question you asked around how to build maybe a smart financial market. And I think he mentioned it. I think it should be based on collaboration and co-creation, right. To a large extent. Because if you think about it, rather than us fighting one another, right, we do have our strengths as whether you're a bank or a fintech. So banks, for example, have like the balance sheet strength because of we are allowed to take deposits and all of that. So our balance sheets are typically bigger, stronger than a regular fintech. Banks also do have, maybe should I say, stronger relationship with regulators. But the fintechs on the other side, what they really have going for them is speed and maybe user experience. They don't have some of the restrictions that we have as banks, right? So they are better able to get things out quicker and they get it pushed into the market. So my point is that benefit, and they also have that distribution capacity. And maybe, I can't remember now when your platform...
2019.
Okay. So 15 years ago, for example, if you wanted to buy Apple shares and you're a retail investor in Nigeria, I'm sure you have no clue how to go about it, But they brought something into the system, right? That gives you access as a retail investor. You may even buy less than one unit. So if Apple costs 1,000, for example, and all you have is $300 to buy whatever it is that you want to buy, you can actually buy a fraction of that. They've made that possible. So the question is, the point is that rather than us as bank trying to say, these guys are coming to take our bread, we should find a way to say, how do we plug into our system? How do I, for example, ensure that all of the monies that people are flowing into their wallet, right, that she opens an account with me?
We have APIs, so you can plug in now. Don't worry.
So, those are the things. So the point I'm trying to make is that it's about collaboration. So when we talk about smart investing and all of that, we need to be able to say, okay, how do we collaborate rather than trying to say we are competing? Even within banks, let's even leave fintechs aside. Bank A, Bank B, you really can't, there are things that Bank A has already spent money on. It could be technology, it could be capacity building, it could be whatever it is. Why can't you, as Bank B, just ride on what they have, rather than trying to go and build your own and spend a fortune trying to do that?
Right, that makes sense because at the end of the day, we're building smart investors together, and they want to operate in a smart environment. Thank you so much for helping us unpack this panel. I don't know if we have any questions at this point. Can we take Q&A? So you can put your hands up if you have a question for this incredible panel. Anybody? Okay. All right, I guess we've been able to cover
online
as much.
If there are questions online.
Online, do we have questions online?
No, say none.
No questions online. Fantastic. I guess we've been able to cover good ground here. Thank you all so much for this opportunity, and thank you again, FSDH. All right.
Many, many, many thanks to Ladi for steering the conversation astutely. Please appreciate our moderator. I would welcome the Executive Director, Corporate Banking and Branches, FSDH Merchant Bank, Stella Marie Omogbai, to present our tokens of appreciation to the members of this first panel. You're clapping for her. Thank you so much. So please remain. She would give us, as we are standing, a token of appreciation from FSDH saying thank you for lending your voice to the conversation, for asking some tough questions. Hakeem laughed at a few of them. We'll continue off camera. And I know that Sheyi will be here next year because he would ask, where are my data centers? And beyond data centers, some other infrastructure, the KYC, would it be better unified? Would we see from CBN that some of the charges for credits and debits have fallen off miraculously? Some of the alerts you get in the middle of the night that say tax, stamp duty, this or that tax, I wonder, what's this one again? Maybe, we'll see fewer alerts in the middle of the night.
Thank you. It's amazing you talked about data center, considering FSDH and our history with that. I'm actually financing. Thank you, Shay. Hold on, we'll take one more photo with it. Okay? Thank you. Pleasure. Oh, okay. Yes.
Emma, please just stay there. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I could just stay there. It's gonna take one more, just stay where you are. Please, man, just stay there, and then we'll surround you. Side, other side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please give us a co-creator smile. Thank you. We are creating the solutions together. Thank you. Stella Marie, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Another applause for Chai, for Hakeem, for Yamo, for Shay. Thank you for lending your voices to the conversation. We're not going on tea break yet, but when we do, it will be brief, about 20 minutes, and then as we return, we'll have the Director General of PenCom speak to us in a fireside chat conversation on pension capital, infrastructure financing, and long-term value creation, what's happening to the trillions in pensions. Right now, we're jumping straight into the next conversation, the next panel. But before we do, I'd like to say good morning and welcome to Executive Director, Bank of Industry, Mr. Rotimi Akinde, who is here with us. Good morning, sir. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. And Mr. Rotimi Adebi, Managing Director, Crusader Sterling Pensions. Thank you so much for being here with us. The gentleman I'm about to welcome upstage was here a few moments ago. Okay. Before I bring my panel up, studio, let's play one of those videos, please. One of our FSDH videos. Some people who came in now didn't see them earlier, so let's show them. Because if we don't give them, how would they take it? All right.
Solutions to manage your exchange risk. We have forward products, non-deliverable products for importers that are looking to lock in exchange rates. We also have local yielding assets and Eurobonds that we can offer to individuals looking to diversify their portfolio. You can repeat back details on the screen. We're looking to hear from you today. Together we're two.
Our innovative spirit is an enduring legacy. We see challenges and we think solutions for our clients. Of course, we make money as a result of that, but the first thing that comes to mind is solving a problem. And that speaks to one of our core values as being an institution that thrives on innovation.
Every year, what we do at Fsdh, we never stand still. We constantly look at our environment, the opportunities that occur not only in our local environment, but in the global environment, and take advantage of those opportunities. We've been here for 30 years and we plan to be for 30 years and more.
Hi there, my name is Akim Mohammed, and I'm the Executive Director responsible for the global markets and institutional banking business at Fsdh Merchant Bank. When we say we're a trusted partner on your journey to success, we mean every word of it. We support you in turning your dreams into reality. We supported institutions in navigating currency cycles, in unlocking funding opportunities, and in managing risk. And in an increasingly volatile market like we're witnessing today, you need a partner with clarity, expertise, and foresight to guide you through the process. So whether you are a pension fund administrator, an insurance company, a DFI, or a high net worth individual, we'd like to be part of your next growth story. Speak to us at Fsdh today.
We have a culture of innovation, and we're constantly looking for areas of improvement. So process engineering, new products that we develop, and we co-develop these products with our customers. So we are coming into the market not with what we think our customers need, but what we have jointly co-created with our customers. And that just gives us an edge over competition, because we listen to our clients and we then develop products that will suit their specific needs. So in summary, we look at our core values: innovation, integrity, team spirit, respect for one another, trust. All of these help us to be able to meet our customers' needs all of the time.
Hello everyone, my name is Tony Owolabi. I am the MD CEO of Fsdh Asset Management. What we do in Fsdh Asset Management, we understand our customers, we understand the risk profile, we understand the goals, where they are in life. We try to manage the relationship in such a way that at every point, at every step in their lives, we are there. So we are here at Fsdh and we will always support you. We also support corporates to plan their cash flows and also to invest. It's not only savings. We also want people to invest and get wealthy. So if you belong to any of these categories, you can reach out through all the channels that have been displayed at the base of this screen. Thank you very much.
Investing to wealth. Please appreciate Fsdh for making this happen today. From humble days in quotes as a discount house to the boistering group that it is today, leading the charge in humanity for intelligent investing. Please, those hands, put them together once again for Fsdh Group. The next conversation is on unlocking capital markets. I'll welcome back my gentleman moderator who did an excellent job at steering the conversation. Please welcome him back on stage, Laddie Williams. Laddie, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's the queen of talk. Thank you again. And thank you all for helping us, stay to unpack most of these incredible panels. And this next one, again, promises to be a very enlightening one. And when you talk about liquidity, definitely I believe every investor's biggest fear would be investing in an asset and you believe you're in profit, you're ready to move out, or maybe you're not in profit and you're not to get out of that market because there's no liquidity. That must be, I don't know, that's my fear. I don't know if that's anybody's fear here, getting into an asset and not being able to come out of it because there's no liquidity. You can put your hands up. Wow, nobody's scared of that. Fantastic. All right, I'd like to call on now Mr. Imblak Thiem, the MD CEO, Fsdh Capital, to join us. Please put your hands together for him.
Abimbola Kassim is a seasoned finance professional with over 24 years of extensive experience in investment banking, stockbroking, fund management, and financial advisory within Nigeria's financial markets. He holds a bachelor's degree in finance from the University of Lagos, 1998, and a master's degree in finance, economics, and econometrics from Cass Business School, City University, United Kingdom, 2003. His professional qualifications include fellowship of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and associate memberships with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, and the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Abimbola has held key leadership roles, including acting managing director at Fsdh Capital Markets Limited and head of both the corporate finance and stockbroking divisions at Meristem Securities Limited. He has led and participated in numerous successful transactions involving capital raising, mergers and acquisitions, divestments, and corporate restructuring for both private and public sector organizations.
All right, please put your hands together for him. All right, I'd also like to welcome Mr. Jude Chiemeka as the CEO, Nigeria Exchange Limited, the NGX.
Chiemeka is the CEO of Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, and has over 30 years of experience in securities trading, asset management, and investment banking across African markets. He joined the Nigerian Stock Exchange in 2019 as divisional head of trading business, later becoming divisional head of capital markets and executive director of capital markets before assuming his current role. Before NGX, he held leadership roles at United Capital Securities, Chapel Hill Denham Securities, Rencow Securities Nigeria, and Afrinvest West Africa. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and an alumnus of the University of Oxford, Lagos Business School, and the University of Lagos. Please put your hands together and celebrate Jude Chiemeka.
Thank you so much, and definitely I've been trying to get Mr. Jude on the show for the longest time now, but his busy schedule has not let him, so I have finally caught him. All right, I'd also like to make welcome Zelile Lutime. She's a wealth manager.
Zelile is the Group Executive Director of Cardinal Stone Partners Limited. She oversees the asset management, securities trading, and trustees businesses. Prior to her current role, she was the Managing Director/CEO of Cardinal Stone Securities Limited. She grew the business from a relatively new market entrant to the leading securities firm in Nigeria. Before joining Cardinal Stone, she worked at Investment One Financial Services Limited and Kakawa Asset Management Limited in various capacities. She has a background in portfolio fund management, securities trading, investment advisory and management, equity capital raising, business development, and credit management. Ilile holds an MBA from NCA Business School and a BS in Mathematics and Economics from the University of Benin. She is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, FCS, and a member of the Chartered Institute for Securities and Investment, United Kingdom. Ilile is a member of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, CIS, and an alumnus of the Lagos Business School, LBS. She is an associate member of the Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIMBIS, and a recipient of several awards and recognition, notably the 2023 Angaza Awards Top 10 African Women to Watch in Banking, Finance, and Investment list, and the Business Day's 2023 50 Inspiring Nigerian Women. Please welcome Mrs. Oluwatomiwa Ilile.
Thank you so much. And thank you for this incredible panel. And I know that we're going to have a great time with this one. We're trying to figure out how to unlock capital markets in Nigeria, deepening liquidity. As I did mention, liquidity can be a very big problem for an investor, trying to move in and out of major markets. But I'll start with you now, Mr. Chemeka, at this point, since I finally have you here. Liquidity, that's a big issue. I've heard some investors, that talked about the difficulty of getting in and out of some asset classes, especially some stocks. At this point, what would you say are the biggest barriers to getting liquidity into Nigeria's capital market?
All right, thank you very much. Let me start by thanking Fsdh for inviting the NGX to be part of this conversation. Just from a Nigerian perspective, so our market today has a liquidity of around $27 million a day. Before now, last year we were around $60 million, and the year before around $8 million. So the liquidity keeps improving. And what we know as the barrier really is around listings. We currently have 146 listed companies. Even though we're a multi-asset exchange, we have over 322 listed securities. But the bulk of the liquidity, obviously, is the equities market, where the market cap is around 114 billion US dollars, which is really second to JSE in Africa. But we think that with more listings, we'll certainly have more participation in the market. We also think the institutional side of the investor base needs to be broadened from not just the domestic, also from international. Luckily, that has also improved as the FX liquidity in the country has also improved. So FX macroeconomic constraint can also be a factor limiting liquidity, but we're quite happy with this current government. They understand what international investors are looking for, so they've done quite a few reforms that have really helped the market, and we can see how the market has moved up significantly on the back of these reforms. We also think that allowing more access for retail investors is a key component of improving liquidity. We've seen the retail investor participation in our markets improve significantly. There's always that talk about 250 million people, but you'll be amazed to find out that the number of retail investors we have in the market is very small. Last year, the figure is about active retail investors, about 1.8 million people. Even though the activities have gone up from the usual 20%, it's now up to around 33%. But we think that access, digital access, bringing more retail investors into the market will certainly help improve liquidity. If we look at the capital market master plan, the figure there was 5 million active retail investors as at 2025, which we haven't been able to achieve. But I think that with what the SEC is doing, what the NGS is doing, a renewed commitment will certainly bring in more retail investors. I mean, the current figure we're looking at is about 30 million retail investors, and that will also help improve liquidity across different assets that we trade in the market.
Right, thank you so much for that. And before I go to the next question, shout out to the NGX. We see the all-share index reaching levels we have never seen before. Extended trading hours to 4 p.m., even though it's stressful for me now to wait till that time to report the market, but we have more investors coming in for that. And also from T plus 21 back in the days, then T plus 3, well now we have T plus 2. Please. Fantastic. So I'll come to you now. Mrs. Olutime, a wealth manager, definitely navigating these markets at this time, there's a problem, for me. I don't like bull markets, because most of the time, that's when you see investors that don't have that much experience. They rush in because everybody's claiming they've made so much money, and most of the time they come in at the top and they end up, holding a bag, at this point. We don't want them to have a bad experience, but for you, how do we keep investors in a good mood, even for new investors, and also unlock, liquidity, for these markets?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Fsdh also for the invite. First of all, I will say yes, these are remarkable times for us in Nigerian capital markets. We are seeing levels that we have never seen before. We are seeing a lot of excitement. We are getting calls from all over the world, people that haven't looked at the market since 2008, right? With the Dangote IPO coming up, we're also seeing interest even across Africa. People calling and saying, okay, they just want to have a piece of this Pan-African asset. But in the midst of it, I think that what we try to also preach is to tell people to stick to fundamentals. Because, people just get carried away because prices have moved 100, 300%. If you just think of MTN, last year, Q1, MTN was trading below 200 naira. Now MTN is trading over 800 naira. So when you just think about the returns that people have made, there's that excitement in the air, and then you just need to remind people again to go back to the whole good saying around fundamentals so that we don't get carried away. I know you talked about the issues around listing, where he talked about promoting new listing, but there are still other fundamental issues or structural issues that we need to also work on to improve liquidity in the market. Things around price mechanism, right? Right now you need about 100,000 units to be able to change the price of the stock. Sometimes, beginners do not understand. They're just wondering, why did you buy this stock at so-so price? And then, again, there comes in investor education, things around investor education. So we need to up the game in terms of investor education. We need to also go back again and reassess this pricing mechanism. There was a time he worked for us, really. Maybe now, if things are getting so liquid, do we want to look at it that once prices change, once the stock trades, really, maybe it can really affect the price, as opposed to waiting for 100,000 units for the price. And then issues around people want to exit, but there's no demand. It boils down to this whole price mechanism. If, for example, I want to sell a stock and market says I can only sell it within a band of 10 plus and 10 minus, right, percent, is there a world where if that band is not there and I really want to get out and have cash, right, that I can be able to sell it at a price lower than that band? So I think there's a need to reassess this, but with all that is happening now and the excitement, we need to go back to things around fundamentals, investor education. If a beginner is calling me now and saying you want to invest in the market, a lot of the time I will tell you to just stick with the mutual funds. Because if you don't, most times you probably buy stocks at the high, right, when a lot of people are trying to exit. But if you know you are just trying to learn and trying to figure out what's happening in the stock market, you probably want to stick with the mutual funds.
Right, you don't want to be exits, liquidity, but with your interactions with investors so far, are they getting smarter at this time? Because now we have earnings, out there. We see situations where some investors don't even understand what's happening, in those earnings. Are they getting smarter in your opinion?
I think it's mixed, really, because we also see a lot of scammers, right? A lot. Now people just put people's logos, and creating WhatsApp groups,
Instagram,
Telegrams, right? And you just go there, they're telling you buy this stock, sell this stock. So I think that you have mixed, And that's why I will say, so that you don't fall into the hands of scammers, right? Just stick with a mutual fund. Buy a mutual fund if you don't know what to do yet, while you start to figure out, the whole thing around investor education.
All right. Let me come to Mr. Kasim now. Definitely, we keep talking about local participation, local investors. They're the ones pushing this market right now. Before now, it was mostly, international investors, and you always felt the impact when they were ready to step out of the door. The markets will plunge. But now we have local investors majorly participating in this market. We love the local investors, but we still want the international, right? What are you seeing there? How can we bring them back in?
Yes, to answer your question directly, we love international. They add to liquidity. This is all about liquidity. And liquidity has improved significantly, over tenfold, as the MD of NGX has said. Last week, I think we did over $90 million last week alone in revenue. So liquidity has improved significantly, and the locals can't do it alone. We need the foreigners to come. And how do we attract the foreigners? I think one thing that's helped us, and that the MD has also alluded to, is the stability in the FX markets. I think there was a time when one of the buzzwords was backlog, FX backlog. You don't hear it again. The foreign guys want to come in and exit seamlessly. They don't want to join a queue whilst leaving and lose value. So in attracting them, we need to ensure, one, our macro story is stable. It is currently. We need to ensure that our FX policy framework is also working. It's working currently. So we're seeing the foreign guys coming in. We also need to ensure that our liquidity infrastructure, Elile has alluded to some of the pricing mechanisms. Also, there was a time we had market makers, or we had a policy to bring in market makers. Is it a time to also look at that policy? Securities trading, or shorting securities, or borrowing and lending securities. That would also add to market liquidity. Is something we should. I know there's been discussions around that. I'm not sure if it's been finalized or not. That would also add significantly, because liquidity is a live wire of a market. We're going there. As Jude has said, the gold standard in Africa is the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Last week, where we traded $90.3 million, they traded $5.1 billion. That's $1 billion a day. So we still have a huge room for improvement, and I think we can get there. We all just need to do our part. There needs to be trust. There needs to be infrastructure. There needs to be more and more players, and we need more quality listings. As Elile has rightly said, for the calls we get, 7 out of 10 inquiries are about Dangote Refinery. 7 out of 10 calls we get are about Dangote Refinery. So we need more quality listings. That would bring more investors to the market, more retail investors, institutional investors. You know, institutional investors, capital is not emotional. Capital is looking for a safe haven. So when I joined the finance industry, there's an acronym they taught us, SLIDE. So security, liquidity, as we've said, and yield. So institutional investors are looking for secure investments, liquid investments. There's no need going into an investment and you can't get out. There's no need saying you've made 40% year to date, and when it's time to get out, you can't get out. It's useless. And the third is yield. I know now a lot of people look at yield before the others, but how we were taught is look for something that is secure, liquid, and that the yield is perfect. So bringing all of this together, I think we can, one, keep the local investors interested and attract foreign investors.
Right. We're not leaving the local investors.
We need to
We're
keep
not.
them
We're not ignoring them.
We need to keep them interested,
Right.
because it's a global market. Thanks to Yanmo and Co, people are trading U.S. securities. So you need to keep them interested, and the market has to be attractive enough for them. So it's not, you can't just assume that the local guys would always be here and you want to attract the foreign guys. You need to keep the local guys incentivized, interested, and then attract the foreign guys.
All right, so let me take it to Mr. Chemeka now. So definitely starting the first quarter of 2026, things started off quite rosy until February into March. Then we had the war in Iran. In Q1, did you see improvement when it comes to foreign participation? And did you get nervous, seeing the war in Iran, maybe thinking, oh, this might put a spanner in the wheel of bringing in those foreign investors?
So when we look at our market, the way it's configured today, it's largely domestic based in terms of the investors that invest in the market. Internationals, a few years back, it used to be 50-50 in terms of the secondary market activities. And that really wasn't good for our market, because volatilities in international markets that had nothing to do with us ended up affecting us dramatically. We can remember COVID years. So some of the market micro structure that we have today is born out of the need to also protect investors, given the fact that our market is not as robust and liquid as other markets. So it's very important to point that out in terms of this 100,000 to move securities. It wasn't just plucked in the air. We had a situation in the past where it was stratified because of the level of liquidity, and we had to tighten it as the market responded to the volatility across the market. But obviously, based on what we have now, liquidity-wise, it's something that we've worked on, and in no distant future, we'll certainly see a change in the market microstructure around pricing. So we've already done some work around that. Were we concerned about the international investor inflow into the country? No, not particularly, because the market itself has really become domesticated. Last year, the participation of, we traded over $2 billion, right, in the secondary market. Participation of international was around 22%. But this year, we've traded, interestingly, over $2 billion just for these few months. And the participation is around 13%. So the participation of internationals largely have been de-risked by the domestic improved participation in the market. And thanks to the PENCOM for taking that bold initiative of expanding the bracket for equity market investment by the PFAs. They've really done very well in coming to standing in the gap to improve domestic liquidity. If you think about what is driving interest in the capital market, it's not so much about the head mentality, which obviously the market is going up, everybody's enthusiastically involved. Before now, we had a very high interest rate environment, so it was a no-brainer. If the 10-year government bond was somewhere around 20% in this market, so it was a no-brainer that all the assets were skewed towards fixed income. And for a long time, over 10 years, that was a plan, that was a play. But because of the aggressive reforms this government have done, we did see inflation coming down before this whole Iran issue. And it was quite simple. Inflation was coming down tremendously, so the fixed income play wasn't as attractive. The equities market has been grossly undervalued because there was no demand, and the companies were doing very well in terms of their dividend yield, so that in itself was what drove interest in the market. And haven't reached a point now where there's a bit of caution around, is inflation going to go up back? Is going to go back up, or is it going to moderate? I think based on what we're seeing, it's something that can really be contained in the long run. So there's still room for growth in the capital market. If you look at the returns for our capital market in the last 10 years, it's still much higher than the return from the fixed income market. So there's a lot of room. We've talked about quality listings, bringing quality names. When MTN listed, right, they brought in additional 150 new investors because of the quality of the company. A lot of comments around Dangote listings. We can be sure that when that happens, you also see another surge of interest coming from the retail base as well as institutions, not just in Nigeria but across the globe. Which brings me to the point about one of the ways we think we can also improve liquidity is around cross-border trading and listings. So you have the WACNIC, you have the ASEA. These are regional integrations, and I think it makes better use of the capital market so that if an investor in Nairobi is able to invest seamlessly in Nigeria, because Nigeria at the moment appears to be very bullish and strong. Year to date, the market all-share index is around 56%. Last year we did 51%. So Nigeria is really where the action is at the moment. And if you look at the returns across market, you can see Nigeria is really up there, even though our liquidity is not as robust as we like it to be. We're currently classified as a frontier market. So our aspiration at the NGX, we do have very strong ambition, is to move very quickly to emerging market status. So we'll be trading around $100 million a day to be able to qualify for that sort of status. So we have huge aspirations, and we're putting certain policies in place to ensure that we get more listings. There's a lot of work the regulation is doing around listing requirements. We've done quite a bit, and we'll continue to do a lot of that. Around securities lending, yes, there's securities lending in our market. There are a couple of securities lending market participants. But in terms of your ability to short a security, you can't be shorting a security when the market is undervalued, right? So now that the market is picking up and we're seeing pricing go to new levels, obviously that will begin to call to question the fundamentals of some of those companies. That is where we'll now begin to see all the work we have done over the years around securities lending as well as market making, because we do have market makers in our market. Any new security that lists today in our market is mandated to have a market maker. So all these things are there, but because of the way the market has performed and the low interest and patronage over the years, those things were not being utilized. But I think going forward, you begin to see the effect of all that work we have done, and you begin to see the improvement on the base and the broadness of our market.
Right, because I guess there are a couple of traders out there that love to either long or short, an asset class, and I'm sure they would love, the shorters will love this time in the market, being so high. But very quickly now, when it comes to listings, you've talked about listings. Why do you think, most companies like the listing by introduction? They prefer that to doing an IPO.
So this is really the fundamental. So when you have a situation where the capital market is grossly undervalued and you want to list your stock, there's always that peer-to-peer comparison. So if you look at the price of your stock, that is the comparable price of a stock that is listed on the exchange, and the valuation you think your stock will have, there's that discrepancy. So nobody will want to sell their shares at a discount. I remember when the CBN forced the banks to raise capital, which is also good, and that has helped to improve the liquidity that we're seeing. Some of the banks felt that they were selling their shares almost at a discount, and you can see that they were right. Post the whole offer process, their stocks have moved up significantly. So because of the low valuation of the market, companies in the last 10 years have just opted to list by introduction. And you could almost say they are correct, because each time they listed at a price, the market trades the price up, given where they are. So I think that now that the market has traded up significantly, and we can begin to see that by way of rights issue. A lot of companies are undergoing rights issue now because they feel that the market is almost fairly priced, and we're seeing a lot of that. So we'll expect companies coming now to be able to raise capital from the market utilizing the IPO route. The IPO route, by the way, is not a Nigeria issue. It's really a global phenomenon. People have said the very things that make companies want to list is also the things that make them not want to list. For instance, the level of disclosures that are required, the high level of corporate governance. Now, why do you want to list? One of the reasons why a company would like to list is to raise capital, apart from other reasons. So if you're able to raise capital from the private market, which is quite strong now, or if you're able to raise capital through the funding provided by private equity base, which is quite strong now, then the interest in the public market that really requires you to do very deep corporate governance restructuring may not be so appealing. And that's the reason why I've seen that. I remember a doyen of the market once said, listing in the public market is almost like being forced to dance naked. So companies don't want that because the level of exposure, disclosure as a company, you're thriving on competitive advantage. So all those strategic competitive advantage will be made better to your competitors and everybody. You don't really want to go that route. That's partly the reason why we're not seeing a lot of listings across the globe, not just Nigeria. But I believe that with modernization and review of some of these listing requirements, reduction in terms of the governance structure, like London has done, had to take a dramatic step, the Lord Hill review, to just change all their listing processes and reduce some of the hurdles to allow more listings. And we're beginning to see more listings come through. And we're doing something similar. Thankfully, we have a DG that is very aggressive, very knowledgeable about the market, and he is also promoting that we do something around reviewing the listing requirements to allow corporates to list in a way that will not force them out of the market. So a lot of things are happening back end, and we'll begin, sooner or later, we'll see the effect of all this work that the ecosystem has been doing.
All right, we'll definitely be looking out for that, and hopefully we'll see more IPOs going forward. I'll come to you now, Elile. So we've been talking a lot about collaboration. What does collaboration look like, between the regulator, capital market operators, investors? What does that look like for you?
I think that has significantly improved, right? Again, I think that we have regulators that are listening. He talked about the current DG of the SEC, was very aggressive and hands-on. Just even looking at our capital market committee meetings, the quality of that meeting has significantly also improved. People are held more accountable. And you can just see, we talked about, I think last year, the first meeting, we had talked about moving to T+2, and that has happened. And now the conversation again is, let's take it a notch higher to T+1, and that's, again...
I'm waiting for T.
And that's, again, we're seeing that progress. Conversations around digital assets. We saw ISA last year, the enactment of the ISA 2025. So I think that there's a lot that is happening in terms of regulation. You can't do that level of work without collaboration, just that we can always take it a notch higher in terms of operators. We have meeting with, I always tell Jude that we are all working for him, and really we are all working for him, right? We can't make that much progress without collaborating and working together. I think what we need to do is, how do we digitally transform the entire capital market ecosystem? Because the kind of scale we are looking for, we cannot do it the way we used to do things. And so there needs to be some level of urgency, regards leveraging technology. And I think we're even seeing more and more fintechs trying to collaborate with traditional firms in terms of, because they have the technology, they're able to scale, and then we probably have the knowledge, and regulation. But I think that we can always take it a notch higher. But we've done well so far.
Yeah, it's great to see improvement. Definitely, we're hoping for much more going forward. So, Mr. Kasim, when we look at reforms at this point, we've seen a lot of reforms so far in Nigeria. But when it comes to structural reforms in the markets, what would you say we need to see right now to take us to that place where we unlock the kind of liquidity that these markets need?
Okay, I spoke about the supply side, getting more companies to list. And I know the NGX is aggressively looking at this, looking at how to encourage the middle market, the SMEs. I think they have a market for them. So listing requirements, I guess, the free float. You'd be surprised there are companies that have 1 billion units in issue. The core investor has about 70%. So there's only 300 million units to be traded by all of us. The PFAs have probably bought about half of that. So there's really not enough of that shares to go round. So it's something I think the NGX probably needs to look at. Elilia has spoken about pricing, the 10% band, because at times you want to get out. Pricing is, you want to get out, and those restrictions do not allow you to exit. If you want to get out at minus 15%, minus 20%, if there's a provision for it, I think that improves liquidity. Anything that allows trades to take place. I've spoken about securities lending and borrowing. I've spoken about market makers. Of course, they need capital, but I think frameworks to bring them to the market would are things we should look at.
All right, so we have a lot of people that investors, some new, some they've invested in the past, and they've had to go through the bad experience of the crash. And most of the time they tell me, Laddie, I can't come into this market again, or I was burnt, the last time. But I try to encourage them. I say, this time is different. Well, in your opinion, is this time really different?
I think this time is really different because the fundamentals driving the market are quite different. But beyond that, thanks again to the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, the arm responsible for training brokers. It will interest you to know that there are not so many such institutes across Africa. So from the ASEA perspective, they're now looking up to Nigeria to train some of these stockbrokers that participate in the market. So the level of governance and participation of these market participants is really critical, right? The institute will say our word is our bond, but you can't really lead someone if you're not well schooled yourself. And so there's a lot of education going on within that space to be able to help investors. And investors themselves were engaging in all kinds of investor education, all kinds of awareness, working with training license holders, so that investors are not just carried away by the head mentality, right? So if you're 60 years plus, you should really know where you should be playing, right? And that's part of the reason is why we are moving into a multi-asset exchange instead of just focusing on one asset class. So today, we're introducing commercial papers, and investors can actually trade commercial papers now, and that area is also catching on very fast, just to allow investors that have lower risk appetite to be able to find products to trade. For the young ones, largely the bulk of the population who are looking for a lot of risk, these are people who trade crypto and FX, also creating products that can match the sort of return that they are looking for. The Nigerian depository receipts is a good product that will allow people to invest in Naira, but the underlying asset is a dollar instrument. So that also will help investors moderate around FX volatility. Derivatives is one market that hasn't really picked up as expected, but I think that is because of the need. So as the market becomes highly priced, like we're saying, then the need for derivatives product to de-risk will certainly come on board. Today, we have launched the NGX index futures. We haven't seen much liquidity around it, so we're looking now to go into the single stock futures. And so if you think a stock is grossly or highly priced, you can buy the derivatives of it. So we'll soon be launching the single stock features, and I think the SEC also committed to developing the derivatives market. So all of these things will really help to ensure that what happened before will not happen again. On the regulatory side, this is really no time for investors or market participants to try to push the envelope to see whether they will be caught or whether they will be dealt with. It's a risk-based supervisory process, and the RECO is very hands-on. Our trading platform is world-class, has this inbuilt ability to also detect market abnormalities. So the RECO, I'm sure you must have read in the papers recently how they dealt heavily with those who have tried to do things that are not consistent with the market practice. So the NGX is committed to ensuring that what happened before does not happen. But beyond that, I think we must commend the SEC because they are really hands-on and they are driving the market in such a way that we represent the $1 trillion aspiration of the government. Nigeria is a big economy. There's really no reason why our capital market shouldn't be more than what it is. If you look at our combined market cap is what, 150 billion US dollars. But we talked about SA, the market cap, equity market cap alone is around $1.4 trillion. They trade over $1 billion a day. So there's a lot of work that the SEC is driving just to make sure that Nigeria begins to utilize its capital markets the way it should be utilized, not just on the equities, a lot of work on even on the fixed income side, on non-interest finance, as well as sustainability finance, the green bonds issuance. All of this thing is to broaden the base of the market and make it more robust to avoid a situation where everybody was just in one asset class, and when that crashed, everybody was taken out. Thank you.
All right, so it reminds me of that threat. Say, if you don't do what I say now, that thing that happened in 1960 will happen today. But it won't happen again. Elile, looking at risk appetite at this point, I know you interact with investors a lot. Would you say their risk appetite is getting bigger, at this point? Are they throwing caution to the wind?
I always say mixed, right? Because there are people, what happens at this time when market has moved is also greed sets in, right? So we are seeing that. We're seeing investors who feel like because the stock has moved 300%, and from a fundamental point of view, you think that the target price is either that stock is oversold, right? They still think there's upside. So of course we're seeing that. But I wanted to go back to what Jude said in terms of timing, right? How this time is completely different from the 2008 time, when the quality of research we had then, it's not the same now, right? If you just even pick a research report now and a research report then, the difference is clear. Quality of participation we also had then, we didn't have a lot of foreign investors that we have now compared to that time, right? So the level of engagement we get from even foreign investors, the CEO of NGX will tell you that even sometimes foreign investors are saying this is not how it's done in other markets, because they are comparing your market as a frontier market with another frontier market. They're looking at Nigeria versus Morocco versus, so the onus is also on us. So I just wanted to echo that part that, there's been a lot of progress. If you just even think about certificates, holding paper certificates and trying to dematerialize that, a lot of things have really moved. Risk management, things have really moved. You can trade from the comfort of your homes. You didn't have that in 2008. So if you think that one broker or one trader is going to be very dodgy and not trade your stock, you can on your own just log in and execute your trade. The SEC has even done it in such a way that when you trade, the money can hit your account directly so that nobody takes. So I think that there's been a lot of improvement, so that as much as we are asking for more, I think it's important to also give them their flowers, for the work that has been done.
All right, let's give them their flowers. Now, should they talk about trading now being so convenient? If you traded while you were in this room, please put your hands up. I'm sure there's somebody that traded right now. Okay, they're leaving that to the... All right, so do we have questions for this incredible panel? A lot has been unpacked here. I see hands. We have some questions. You can pass the mic on. Fantastic. We'll take your questions, and you give us your name and who you're addressing the question to, or if it's for the whole panel.
Good morning, distinguished audience, erudite panelists. My name is Rafia Tunitiri, a financial inclusion expert, and also double as a chairperson for the Association of Professional Women Bankers. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. As a financial inclusion person and an advocate for the MSME sector, I had something that actually gladdens my heart about the listing for the MSMEs, because what we realize is that we've been struggling with the large corporates, and attention has been on financial exclusion. And research shows that it's because of the struggle with the large corporates. That's why we are actually not accessing the funds. Now that the MSMEs are going to be listed, you know we are the drivers of the economy. Fine, by the time we have been listed, definitely we will have pockets of funds to actually trade, to fund our own markets as also. With all what we've said, what I'm actually looking for is execution, probably not a policy at this time, because I know the policies are there, the regulations and what have you. Regulators, advisors, and let's see how we go with the listing so we can have sustainable investment for MSMEs. Thank you very much.
All right, so who are you addressing your question to?
Everyone on the guest, on the panel, everyone.
All right, so thank you for that observation. Obviously, the SMEs play a critical role, not just in terms of the number, over 30 million of them in the economy, because they obviously hire the most in terms of the working population, but they also contribute significantly to our overall GDP. So we're quite aware of that. So at the NGX, we have the growth board dedicated to SMEs, two segments. So as low as 550 million market cap, you can actually access public capital. The requirements are quite reduced. And then obviously the second segment, 500 million to 4 billion, you can also access public capital. Our main board is 4 billion, and the requirements for the main board is obviously the large cap. But where the bulk of the liquidity will lie will be in the premium board, where we have over 8 companies that are listed there. But in terms of what we have done for the SME space, we have an MOU with Bank of Industry. And you know the Bank of Industry would administer loans, single digits to these companies to be able to scale. But at some point, they will run out of their single obligor limits, and so they can easily metamorphose into raising capital from the market. That's the essence of the MOU. And we'll have 2 major engagements, one in Lagos and another one more recently in Kano, where you have a lot of clusters of SMEs. So that helps to provide investor education to these SMEs as to what to do. So if you're SME and you're wondering how do I proceed with raising capital after this, we have a capable team that will assist. First, through the Bank of Industry, you can access single-digit loans and ultimately come to the market to raise capital. We also have an MOU with Bank of Agriculture around cluster farming and all those, all those innovation around agriculture and how the capital market can finance what agriculture is doing for people in that space. Interestingly, the listings that we have had, one of the listings we've had this year is an agricultural focused company, and we see a lot of demand for such companies. And so if you're also in that space and you're thinking of raising capital, the path is quite clear. We'll be happy to assist with that whole process. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, do we have any other question? Okay.
I'm not sure whether it's a question or just a comment.
Your name, sir?
Bolahon Olojede, Capital Bank of PLC. The part of what has come up from the panel was, how we can make certain changes on to transform what we currently see. And one of those items is the issue of cap, this 10% up and 10% down. I have a little concern about it, and I hope the regulator might also like to reason along with me. The market has grown tremendously. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But at $70 billion size, vis-a-vis, say, a JSC of $1.5 trillion, we have to be careful about what could be the impact of, lifting those caps and allowing huge price volatility opportunities in the market. So the focus of my comment is actually for the regulator, because as those push comes, you now have to balance the growth that we are seeing vis-a-vis what could be the impact of removing those guidelines as it is right now.
You can comment and you can follow through.
Okay. So thank you for that observation. So from our side, it's not an activity that we do just based on what people have said. There's a science to it. So if you think about securities lending, if you think about market making, what they actually do and how they work, then it becomes clear that those are the engine that will determine how you want to move your pricing limits. During the COVID, I think our market was one of the markets that were protected because we had that in place. And the reason being is just the low level of liquidity that we have. But obviously, as our market liquidity improves, as we're quite aggressive in listings, aspiration, and trading aspiration, when we start trading over $100 million a day, we'll expect deep market making. We also expect securities lending. A lot of work has been done with the PENCOM. The guidelines are quite clear, and we'll continue to work around the expertise around that. And so when we have those in place, then it becomes easier for the pricing, just like you see in other advanced markets or emerging markets. It can then take a life of its own because you have securities lending and you have market making to bridge the sharp volatility that we will be having today, because those two elements haven't really been up to speed as they should be. So that will be the determinant of how we transition from the cap that we currently have in our markets.
Would you like to comment?
I guess it's not much. The point he raised is actually very valid, right? And I think the plea to the NGX is just to reassess it. He said something that's very valid also. If we had an active market making, I know we have market makers, but they are not so active. So if you're sure that people will take you out, there's a market maker who has two-way quotes every time that is ready to buy or sell a security and take you out, I'm sure that will reduce the risk or the whole conversation around a client is ready to sell, probably sell at 50% down the market just to get cash and can't, because there's a market maker ready to take that client out. So I guess the plea here is really to just reassess, right, and not to completely remove the guardrails.
Sir?
That's fine.
That's good. All right.
Yeah, but it's also important to point out that we do have things in place. For example, a negotiated deal window that we currently have today allows you to trade away from the current market level, just that it will not impact the market price. So there are things that we have done to ensure that the market moves in a synchronized manner as opposed to just ad hoc fixing of market microstructure.
All right. Thank you so much for that question and response there. We have one more? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bambili Ojomoreva Capital. I guess my question goes to Mr. Jude and probably Ms. Eline. Given that the market has now largely been dominated by local participants, that's domestic people, and a reduction in foreign participation, we've seen that over the last couple of years, given the bull market. Are we sure that this liquidity is real structural liquidity or not cyclical liquidity, i.e. liquidity that just moving out of fixed income into the equities? And how do we know that these flows will not reverse if there's a reversal in macro sentiment, or if the BS come back? We know that markets are always in cycle, the market's in the bull phase, but then the bear phase will always come. So when the bear phase comes, how do we know that this liquidity will remain? Or what can we put in place to ensure that the liquidity still remains? Thank you.
Want to jump on that?
Okay. So I think that that's part of the reason why you always want to have a broad base in terms of investors, because each segment plays a key role. I'm not reluctant to have foreign investors. I'll speak for myself. I think the next trigger I would like to see in the market to maintain this level of liquidity is foreign investors. And so I was glad when I saw that we are readmitted into the Fsdh index, right? We're awaiting the MSCI review again, and it will also be very positive if we see that we are also admitted into the MSCI. Because there's a role that foreign investors actually play. Sometimes you want to get out, the only people that can get you out are actually these foreign investors. The quantity and size of shares that they buy is actually very significant. Some of them won't even buy a particular stock because it doesn't have a certain level of free floats, right? So I think that there's a role that they play. You will always have free mixed multitudes. People who will go there rotate because fixed income is relatively low and they're willing to take that equity risk. So I think that we don't have control over that. I think what we need to make sure that we do is have a decent, broad base of investors where they're actively all playing their role. People will always move. Everybody's chasing alpha. Like you said, capital moves where there's return, really. So if it is in fixed income today, most people are moving there. And then maybe that's where, the likes of institutional investors like PFAs, insurance companies, that's where they come in. When you have long-term patient capital, right, that has increased allocation to equities too, that can also play some significant support.
All right, thank you so much for your questions and for your responses. So far, it's been an incredible panel. Thank you for sharing this knowledge, and we do hope for a very liquid market going forward. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for this panel.
And thank you to you, Ladi, for steering the conversation. We'll take one group photograph whilst I welcome Toyin Owolabi, MD, Fsdh Asset Management, to hand the tokens of appreciation. Please appreciate him as it comes up. Thank you. He will present to Abimbola Kasim first, colleague to colleague. Thank you. So that will happen right here. If you decide to give it to him at the office, it'll be fine. Thank you so much to Elile Olutimai. Thank you. That's the next plaque. No, please stay where you are. We'll come to you because we'll take a group one afterwards. And after that, for Jude Chiemeka. We'll take a group photograph with the plaques. So you've closed your plaque. We need to take a group photograph with you. So please, we'll take a group photograph. Mr. Owolabi will be right there with us. Thank you. Thank you. It's okay to smile. Better liquidity. These are the reasons. Thank you. Distinguished guests, we will take a short break for tea, but please listen to how it will go. The ushers will guide us to the 2 service points behind this divide, right behind us. 2 service points. It's going to be really quick. 15 minutes, we take something warm, stretch your legs so that we come back to the conversation with We'll come back to the conversation with the Director General of the National Pension Commission. She's around, she's ready for the conversation. And after that, we have the final panel. Our panelists are already seated here, comfortable, waiting to have the conversation. So please be guided, straight out, left and right for tea. 15 minutes, we'll make our way back in here. Thank you so much for your cooperation. See you shortly. Studio.
drop. This one has drops. So if it's on 2 bar, is it fine? The number 8, one of the podium. Podium. Number 8 is on 2 bars.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear the sound of my voice, this is a reminder for the break that is ongoing. In 10 minutes, we will reconvene for the conversation with the Director General of the National Pension Commission. She's in the room, she's ready, and it's about 10 minutes to go. So please have your coffee, your tea, a quick bite, a restroom break, and let's return in 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Ushers, please help us with people movement. Guide people to the designated areas to receive their tea and coffee. And to all those who have already taken part, thank you for being very timely. Thank you.
Economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses. But who powers these businesses? Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success? At Fsdh Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth. From massive corporates looking to expand to MSMEs reaching for growth, we have been the link between vision and success for 10 years and counting. Because whatever success means to you, it's all within reach when you journey with the right partner. And if you let us, we can be that partner. Our innovative banking solutions are tailored to businesses and individuals across multiple sectors. We are a subsidiary of Fsdh Holding Company, a foremost financial services group with over 3 decades of excellence. Through our innovative financial solutions, we are not just transforming people, we are transforming businesses, powering economies, and shaping financial futures. We are Fsdh Merchant Bank, and we deliver simple, seamless, secure banking for you. Economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses. But who powers these businesses? Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success? At Fsdh Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth. From massive corporates looking to expand to MSMEs reaching for growth, we have been the link between vision and success for 10 years and counting. Because whatever success means to you, it's all within reach when you journey with the right partner. And if you let us, we can be that partner. Our innovative banking solutions are tailored to businesses and individuals across multiple sectors. We are a subsidiary of Fsdh Holding Company, a foremost financial services group with over 3 decades of excellence. Through our innovative financial solutions, we are not just transforming people, we are transforming businesses, powering economies, and shaping financial futures. We are Fsdh Merchant Bank, and we deliver simple, seamless, secure banking for you. Economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses. But who powers these businesses? Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success? At Fsdh Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
from massive corporates looking to expand to MSMEs reaching for growth, we have been the link between vision and success for 10 years and counting. Because whatever success means to you, it's all within reach when you journey with the right partner. And if you let us, we can be that partner. Our innovative banking solutions are tailored to businesses and individuals across multiple sectors. We are a subsidiary of Fsdh Holding Company, a foremost financial services group with over 3 decades of excellence. Through our innovative financial solutions, we are not just transforming people, we are transforming businesses, powering economies, and shaping financial futures. We are Fsdh Merchant Bank, and we deliver simple, seamless, secure banking for you. Economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses. But who powers these businesses? Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success? At Fsdh Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth. From massive corporates looking to expand to MSMEs reaching for growth, we have been the link between vision and success for 10 years and counting. Because whatever success means to you, it's all within reach when you journey with the right partner. And if you let us, we can be that partner. Our innovative banking solutions are tailored to businesses and individuals across multiple sectors. We are a subsidiary of Fsdh Holding Company, a foremost financial services group with over 3 decades of excellence. Through our innovative financial solutions, we are not just transforming people, we are transforming businesses, powering economies, and shaping financial futures. We are Fsdh Merchant Bank, and we deliver simple, seamless, secure banking for you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call. Let's return to our seats.
Economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses.
Support with people.
But who powers these businesses?
It is time.
Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success?
The second half.
At Fsdh Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth. From massive corporates looking to expand to MSMEs reaching for growth, we have been the link between vision and success for 10 years and counting. Because whatever success means to you, it's all within reach when you journey with the right partner. And if you let us, we can be that partner. Our innovative banking solutions are tailored to businesses and individuals across multiple sectors. We are a subsidiary of Fsdh Holding Company, a foremost financial services group with over 3 decades of excellence. Through our innovative financial solutions, we are not just transforming people, we are transforming businesses, powering economies, and shaping financial futures. We are Fsdh Merchant Bank, and we deliver simple, seamless, secure banking for you.
We are coming back into
economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses.
Conference room.
But who powers these businesses?
Area.
Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success?
The conference area.
At Fsdh Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth.
For your cooperation.
From massive corporates looking to expand to MSMEs reaching for growth, we have been the link between vision and success for 10 years and counting.
Fantastic.
Because whatever success means to you, it's all within reach when you journey with the right partner. And if you let us, we can be that partner.
The session is ready. The speaker
Our
for the session
innovative
is
banking
ready.
solutions are tailored
I'm
to
ready to
businesses
welcome
and
them on
individuals
stage. Are you
across
ready?
multiple sectors. We are a
To all
subsidiary
our
of
participants
Fsdh
online,
Holding
we
Company,
say thank you
a foremost
for
financial
staying through
services
the
group
course.
with over 3
Thank you for
decades of
rejoining
excellence.
after the short break.
Through our innovative financial
Thank you
solutions,
for
we
your
are not
comments
just
and
transforming
your
people,
questions that
we are
have come
transforming
and will still
businesses,
expect
powering
for the
economies,
rest
and shaping financial
of the
futures.
day.
We are FSDH Merchant Bank, and we deliver simple, seamless, secure banking for you. Economies are powered by commerce, and commerce is powered by businesses. But who powers these businesses? Who journeys with them until their vision becomes success? At FSDH Merchant Bank, we are driven by the desire to empower businesses, equip individuals, and ultimately drive economic growth.
Welcome back, distinguished ladies and
From
gentlemen.
massive corporates looking to expand
back.
to MSMEs
Welcome back.
reaching
If
for
you are
growth,
back, really, I can
we
see
have
you, but I'm
been
not
the
sure if
link
you're back.
between vision
If you're back,
and
just
success
wave and
for
let me
10
know that you
years
are here.
and counting.
Fantastic, thank you. If you're not
Because
waving, I know
whatever
it's because you
success
have your
means
tea in
to
your
you,
hand. Thank you.
it's all within
All
reach
right,
when you
welcome
journey
back.
with the
We're
right
ready to
partner.
jump right into
And
the
if
second
you
half
let us,
of
we
our
can
time
be
together.
that partner.
It's been different conversations
Our
about
innovative
co-creating
banking
the future
solutions
of
are
intelligent
tailored to
investing.
businesses and individuals
And
across
we have
multiple
had
sectors.
really good
We are a
markers
subsidiary
that we
of
can hold
FSDH Holding
accountable
Company,
for
a
the
foremost
months
financial
to come,
services group
because
with
the
over 3
conversations will
decades of
translate
excellence.
from policy to
Through our
action
innovative financial
and
solutions,
to
we are
better
not just
investment.
transforming people,
I'm glad
we
to
are
welcome back
transforming
on
businesses,
stage the
powering
gentleman who has
economies,
steered
and
all the
shaping financial
conversations
futures.
so far.
We are FSDH Merchant
Business
Bank.
Television personality from Channels Television, economist by training. Please welcome Laddie Williams as he makes his way back to stage. If your hands are with you, celebrate him, appreciate. Okay, no, don't pour your tea, but welcome him back. All right. Laddie?
Thank you.
Your video is
with a strong passion for storytelling and a keen eye for detail. With a solid educational foundation in economics from Lagos State University, Lottie has built a successful career spanning several years, covering local and global capital markets, commodities markets, and the rapidly evolving crypto market. As a crypto market reporter, Lottie has established himself as a trusted voice in the industry, providing in-depth analysis and insightful reporting on the latest trends and developments. His expertise extends to panel moderation and event hosting, where he brings his wealth of knowledge and engaging presentations. Throughout his career, Lottie has demonstrated a commitment to excellence, a strong work ethic.
All right, thank you so much. And I've had a blast moderating most of these panels so far. I've learned so much. I don't know about you. If you've learned a lot today, please put your hands together for yourself. And definitely, we still have more at this point, and there's a lot to unlock. We still have more powerful sessions coming up. But for this one, we're going to be looking at pension capital, infrastructure financing, and long-term value creation. We keep talking about patient capital. We want the capital to be so patient that we can all grow and do what we have to do, with that money. And for this one, we have a special lady joining us, Ms. Omolola Oloworaron. She's the Director General, National Pension Commission, and she joins us for this incredible fire chat. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way up here. Please keep clapping for her. She comes up. You know, most of the time I get to read the news a lot, and when I'm reading a news about Pencom, I have to brace myself when I'm about to say a surname, because it's an incredible surname. I love it so much, and I keep practicing every time. I hope I did well. This time I tried. I tried a little bit. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us here today. So definitely we've been talking a lot about unlocking capital, patient capital, you know, if I say so at this point, because most of the time we have very impatient capital. Capital that's just looking to come in hot, take the money out immediately. All facets of the economy is suffering, you know, from that right now. Infrastructure, healthcare, technology, the list goes on at this point. You sit on a lot of money at this point. And, you know, for me, I'm a risk taker. I love risk. And I deal with a lot of guys that love to take risks. But I know that that will not be your thinking, you know, at this point. So talk to me about how the role of pension funds, how that's evolving, you know, so far as a source of capital for Nigeria. Sure, it's on. You can speak to it. Try it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Working. Thank you for that great question. And yes, you got my name correctly. That was perfect, actually. It looks like you've been practicing it before you came on stage. So the role of pension funds has evolved over the years. I mean, 22 years ago, when the Pension Reform Act was passed and implemented, we started from ground zero. And essentially what was at the top of everyone's mind then was safety. How do we transform the retirement of ordinary Nigerians so that they can retire into dignity? And that question has since matured, so I think we've kind of moved away from that, because as of today we're at 29.5 trillion. We're headed to 30 trillion very soon. And so the question then begins to change as to how then do we make impact? And what we are doing in Pencom, working together with the industry, is to see how pension funds stop being just passive allocators, but moving into active stewardship and being part of the economy or shaping the economy where pension funds assets are actually invested. And that's why last year the Pension Industry Leadership Council was inaugurated, because we want to take a better, let me call it engagement. We want to engage more with market players and play a fundamental role in the developmental goals of the nation. So I would say, talking about evolving, we've evolved from that place where we're looking at just safety and dignity, and I'm not even sure if we really achieved dignity that much, but at least we were looking at it, to a place where we are now saying that there has to be impact. We need to contribute more to the economy itself. If we are the largest pool of savings capital in the country, then we must have something to say as relates to the economy and the developmental goals of the economy as well.
All right, so when you mention safety, the investing climate has changed a lot. And we know, when it comes to pension and Pencom, you like to play safe. A safe haven asset like gold, we've seen volatility there. Personally, I witnessed a trader lose up to $1 million trading gold. That didn't used to happen in the past. It was considered a safe haven asset. So we're at a time where assets are changing a lot. With the Iran war, we're seeing the war, but gold is still falling. Normally, with a war like that, you would see gold rise. That was the thinking, back then. So for you, how are you navigating changing asset classes at this point to make sure your allocations, stay safe?
I think it's to have a balance. And sometimes this is all noise and they're short-term noise. So gold is falling, even though I won't necessarily use gold as an example, because a number of people use it as an edge against the US dollar. So you find out that the US dollar goes up, maybe gold is going down, and vice versa. But the way we look at this is we walk through this using allocations, the way we decide what kind of allocations pension funds should be investing in specific assets. And you can't run away from market volatility. They would always be there. But what is important is to be investing in asset classes that are quality, that has quality, if you understand what I'm saying. So, and I don't want to mention the name of any company or stock, so it doesn't seem like I'm promoting one in Nigeria. But I would say something like Apple, for instance. So you know Apple will always deliver. The iPhone is selling. They've been there for a long time. And if they're temporarily the stock price is going down, it might be because of something that the stock is reacting to, but eventually it will stabilize. And we saw that with Apple. We see it with all these top stock in the US. If you look at the Max 7, they go down, then they go up. But overall, they stay stable. So the reason why I'm saying that is, even with all the volatility, quality is what is important. So if you invest in those quality names, then you don't have to worry that your funds will vanish. Even we are facing some form of volatility right now with pension funds because we've increased the allocation to equities. And with that means market goes up, we enjoy the benefits. It also goes down. We shed a bit of tears, but we move on eventually because the market eventually finds its level. That's how I see it. But I think in terms of managing volatility generally, we look at spreading the risk across various asset classes. So everything is not going down at once. And we have allocations to equity, infrastructure. So it depends on how PFAs have designed their investment strategy. They have the defensive bit of it, and they also have the sort of higher risk bit of it. So I think it's a balance. I won't worry too much about volatility if it's a quality name out there.
Right. You did mention about over 20 trillion, sitting about 27 trillion or more.
29 and a half,
29
almost
and a half
30 trillion.
Almost 30 trillion.
Yeah.
Keep that number. When we look at infrastructure, in Nigeria, there's a huge gap there, and to fill that gap will take a lot of money. And some other sectors at this point, what would it take to unlock pension capital, to direct it to those kind of sectors?
So I'm not sure the framing is right, because the framing is always like, okay, what will it take to unlock pension capital, and assuming pension funds are not investing. I don't think that's a correct way to frame it, and the framing does matter. I think the way to look at this is, are there investable and bankable infrastructure projects, assets out there that pension funds can invest in? The truth is that the capital is there, and I believe that pension funds are ready to invest at scale. And you mentioned the infrastructure gap in the country. The truth is that all of this helps to develop the country. So the better infrastructure we have, the better development the country has. So it's in the interest of pension funds to play in this market. But I think that a number of things or conditions have not been met to allow pension funds capital to flow into infrastructure. And I did mention bankability and investable assets out there, which frankly I don't see too many of that. You need asset classes where the cash flow is certain, strong corporate governance, the sponsors are credible, and all the various requirements which we have listed out. But from what we've seen, it's not all the time that you have these kind of assets readily available. So I think once the assets is bankable, investable, and meet certain requirements that have been specified, pension funds will automatically invest. What we are seeing now is not that pension funds don't want to invest, but the conditions to invest have just simply not been met.
Okay, so looking at where we're coming from and where we are right now as a country with reforms so far, policy, government policy, and from the private sector side of things, have you seen any form or shred of improvement that could make some of these projects bankable?
So what I would say is this. From where I sit, I don't even see many flows in that area. As a regulator, we are even doing more than we should be doing as a regulator. I normally will tell the industry we get involved in things. I think I should just sit back. I should act like CBN, sit down and just regulate and dictate. But my work is a lot tougher than that because we have to get involved and take part in market development. So what I would say is this. I think there's an effort to get there. And in order to get there, all parties need to work together, from the government coming out with the right public policy and even be ready to put down that surplus capital if need be to make some projects bankable, up to regulators, of course. And then the private sector itself has to do its own bit. The DFIs have to come on board. So I believe if everybody within that ecosystem does what they're supposed to do, then I think we should be able to have enough pipelines of infrastructure projects. But from what I'm seeing, I don't see much of them, like I've said, because if there are, they should be coming to pension funds and we should be seeing it, right? But we are not. And just to add another point, in terms of commitment to this area, if I can use that word, part of what we are also doing is we are working on an infrastructure consortium with Fsdh Africa. They are working with us so that the pension industry can, form that infrastructure consortium. And then there's deliberate allocation of capital into infrastructure. And even from looking at the projects that have come out of this arrangement, is that we still didn't see a whole lot of bankable projects there. But I believe if we're working together with all the necessary partners, from the government itself to the private sector, DFIs, if we all come together and work it out, I'm sure there will be a path forward. So long and short, I am not saying much, so I can't say whether this is improving or not, but I can tell you that we are taking action to make sure that conditions improve and pension funds can deliberately invest in infrastructure.
All right, and we'll definitely try to track as much data as we can to find some of these bankable projects. We'll try and take some work of you, hopefully.
I'm hoping so.
Yes. So you did mention collaboration, and I'm thinking the DFIs, government, private sector, PENCOM, if you're to collaborate, at this time, who do you think should take first loss?
So let's be clear. Pension funds can never take first loss. They have the fiduciary duty to all Nigerians, including everyone or mostly everyone in this room. So we can't gamble with their funds. So I would think between the DFI and the government should work together. So government should play its part, DFI should play their part in the risking as well. And infra credit has done a good job so far. We need more infra credits in this market to do that de-risking job. And the government should come to the party as well.
Right. So looking at infrastructure in Nigeria, what would de-risking, look like, for you?
I think the risking, what that will look like for me is, and there's a lot of ways this can happen. It can be through guarantees, such that we know that pension funds are safe if you put your money in there. It could be through first loss capital, where either the government, most times governments do this, or other partners that are able to, they put first loss capital, they put their capital down and they agree that, should there be losses, we're happy to absorb that first. I think the Ministry of Finance through Murphy did something like that last year. PFA's invested something on housing, and Murphy did put together some very large amount of money on the table as first loss capital, and that worked well for PFA. So if we continue to see things like that, it will motivate pension funds to invest.
Right, and looking at what's playing out so far in the global economy, at some point, we saw central bankers were getting comfortable, in 2025, coming into 2026. Everyone was talking about, cutting interest rates. We're expecting growth. Then, bam, we get hit in the face with a war at this point. How is all of that, guiding, what you do and how you operate?
So, of course, that affects the macros in itself in the country, so it will then affect what we do as pension funds. But the good thing is that the CBN has done an excellent job in terms of stabilizing the economy. I mean, exchange rate is stable, inflation relatively stable as well. And so for us, when we operate in an environment where the microeconomic is stable, it becomes predictable for us, and we don't have to worry about inflation and all of that. So I believe that where we are right now, the microeconomic condition is stable for the country. I do acknowledge what is happening in the world, and you said last year people were thinking interest rates will, come down this year and all of that, but I thought the factor that people did not really consider is that you have a disruptor in the US who can just wake up and, choose to go a certain direction that then shakes the whole world. So I think we are in a place where you need to not have that plan that, this is going to happen. There has to be various scenarios that has to be planned to know what is going to happen in the future. So of course what is happening there, it's affecting us in Nigeria already. It has its impact on inflation. Oil prices have gone up, the pump prices have gone up, Nigerians are feeling it. That translates into inflation, and if the central bank doesn't handle this properly, we can then begin to see problems there. But with the way the Federal Central Bank has been working, they have been able to stabilize microeconomics in the country, and we want to believe that it will continue that way. I think overall credibility matters. We have credible people at the central bank who are doing the work, and we hope that will continue. And I'm hoping this will not affect us that much. I think for us, I don't want to call it a double-edged sword. I'm not sure that's the analogy, because we export oil, right? So on the export side, you're getting this surplus, but at the same time, citizens are paying a higher prices at the pump price. So I think it's how to balance it. If we have a lot of surplus coming in, how does it support the citizens? How do we then use it to balance the economy such that inflation does not begin to spike again?
Right, and talking about, inflation spiking again, definitely with rising oil prices, energy prices are high. We've even seen the likes of Botswana leading with interest rate hikes at this point, even though we see the top central bankers are, having a hold position, but with cautious, optimism going forward, and some are even getting hawkish, at this point. But for PENCOM, how do you hedge against what's playing out outside? What's the playbook there?
So number one, PENCOM doesn't hedge. We release regulations, and we'll put out various asset classes out there that allows PFAs to hedge if they need to hedge, and just gives them an array of products that they can invest in. And I know a lot is happening out there that can have effects on pension and funds, but that is why different pension funds have their risk management teams to handle that bit. I think for us, what we look at is overall, how do we protect the system? And we've noticed that in the past, you mentioned inflation and all of that, we've seen the effect of currency devaluation and inflation affect pension funds. So what we always do is see how we can build assets. We are currently working to see how, for instance, pension funds we're currently working with the federal government, for instance, to see if it's possible to issue a dollar-linked bond that will make pension funds take on dollar exposure while putting down Naira. And in addition to that, part of what we also did with the review of the investment regulation last year was to increase allocation to certain asset classes. And we believe if you invest in the real economy, you're sort of edging against inflation, right? Because as prices goes up, it will be like if you're investing in infrastructure, maybe it's roads, tolls also goes up as well. So I think alternative assets are a perfect edge for those kind of scenarios. And we are, again, from a policy perspective, we just create an enabling environment. So whatever I'm saying is based on what we have done in PENCOM and how we are working to ensure that pension funds don't get eroded through inflation again. So if I look at infrastructure, for instance, and like I said, there are no bankable products and assets yet in the market. But before we did the review last year, for infrastructure, I think you could invest up to like 22.5% plus. But right now with the amendment to the regulation effective September, you can now do up to 37%. So we increased by over 70%. Again, we do all of this to create asset classes where PFAs can invest so that you can manage your asset properly and we don't wake up one day and, you know, we're dealing with over concentration in a particular place. So as a regulator for us is to make sure the enabling environment is there and the asset classes are there for PFAs to invest in and to also be able to manage their risk as necessary.
So what kind of trends are you seeing so far with PFAs in 2026? And when it comes to pension contributors, what are you seeing there?
So in terms of trends for PFAs in 2026, I would say at least investment in government bonds is reducing. And you know, so we have high concentration there. I mean, people were saying we're at 70% at some point. But as of now, we're less than 60% in government bonds. So the trend, I would say, is that pension funds are diversifying more. I think they're looking at other alternatives, and you will see that even the investment in the capital market has also gone up as well, because they are looking at other areas where they can, you know, maximize returns and earn more returns for contributors on the average. So the trend, I would say, is largely them diversifying away from government bonds to other assets.
Right.
And in terms of the contributors, what we see is that the formal contributors we have, when you look at formal employment rather, we have, I would say, over 90% or northwards who are compliant and contributions are coming in. And they form the bulk of the system. That, in fact, let me just say all the contributions have from the formal sector. But the informal sector is being left behind. And we believe that there's a great opportunity in there. So we plan to unlock that opportunity in the informal sector. It's kind of been difficult since the micro pension plan was implemented in 2019. Now we've revamped that and rebranded it to the personal pension fund, personal pension plan to appeal to everybody. And what we've also done to drive contribution from the informal sector is to also establish what I will call accredited pension agents. So the accredited pension agents are the ones tasked with distributions who will go to places that the PFAs cannot get to and can bring these contributors into the system. I think over the next 5 years, we think if the strategy works, and I know people will come and hold me, but over the next 5 years, if the strategy works, I mean, in 5 years, we could be looking at maybe 100 trillion in pension assets, but I'm a very optimistic person. But that is my dream. My people laugh at me when I say this. So we want to change the landscape a bit, bring new hungry people into the system, because the agents are not just going to work like agents. They're going to share fees on an annuity basis with pension funds. So we are creating a new set of, how will I call it, industry. Anybody who wants to take advantage, largely fintechs, because it's easy to distribute faster with fintechs. And then they can come on board, and who knows, you might be having accredited pension agents that can potentially be as big as Stanbic IBTC pensions in future.
Incredible. Well, we'll keep looking out for that. But looking at the housing market, we have a lot of Nigerians at this point that are looking to own homes. We've had that policy, when it comes to, taking part of your contribution to actually pay down the mortgage at this point. So many plans towards, expanding the mortgage market. How would you say it's been so far with some of the contributors trying to access those funds to pay down the mortgage? What are you seeing there? What have you seen so far?
I would say that has worked perfectly for Nigerians, because at least they can now draw down on their savings to access mortgages. So that has worked well for them. Last year we also did, because we noticed that sometimes there are complaints, people are saying, oh, we are unable to access, and then there's a back and forth between PENCOM and the industry. Industry says it's with PENCOM, PENCOM says it is not us. So what we did was we just moved that whole process to the industry, which is matured enough to process it. So I think in terms of service, in terms of timing, I think that has improved significantly, and I believe that policy works well for homeowners, people who want to own homes, who want to own homes, you know that they can draw down on their pensions savings to do that. And I think it's a good policy and it's working perfectly right now.
All right, so at this point, what is the plans and definitely trying to capital? We're hoping for that. We're hoping to find, bankable projects, going forward. But what are you really seeing right now, with the policies we're seeing from this government, reforms so far? Are you optimistic or cautiously optimistic? What are you seeing?
I would say I'm very optimistic with what we are seeing so far with this government. I think that, like I mentioned, in terms of housing, Murphy did something last year, and they put the first loss capital down. So I am very optimistic with what we are seeing. I also see a government that cares about the welfare of ordinary Nigerians, and given what the president and the government has done in this regard, I remain very optimistic. As you know, last year the government cleared all outstanding pension liabilities, some of them dating almost 20 years ago, and this government is the first government that has taken that bold step to also ensure that all pension liabilities are paid, and came in at a crucial point when the system was beginning to, people were doubting the system. So that helped us to kind of, reinstate trust in the system and commitment as well that the federal government will continue to deliver on its objectives. So I think overall, I am optimistic. I mentioned the infrastructure consortium. Part of what we are doing is also opening engagement channels with government to identify these projects that are important to the public and the government, and see how we can structure things. So between now and next year, I hope elections allow us to do some things, but I remain optimistic.
All right, so I like to ask this question to business leaders, regulators that come on my show most of the time. For you, looking at the Nigerian economy and where we are right now, what keeps you up at night? And what is it about this economy and the country that helps you sleep?
That sounds like jam question to me. But what keeps me up at night is essentially the safety of the funds that we owed for Nigerians. And not just safety. And when I mean safety, it's not just preserving capital, because if you preserve capital and inflation erodes everything, the funds are not safe. So I think of safety to say, how can we ensure that we deliver for the Nigerian people, to make sure that when people retire, they can actually count on their pensions, as we see in the developed world. They should be able to live on their pensions. I worry, I look at markets, and I worry that I hope these markets are functioning well and pension funds are not at risk. So I worry about a whole lot of things. Frankly, I just forget sometimes and sleep off. But it's a lot of worry because I always want a country where all parts of the market are working effectively. And I'm not sure we are there yet. There's still a whole lot we need to do, but that really gives me sleepless nights.
All right, please put your hands together for her. Director General, Pencom Omolola Oluwararun. Thank you so much for sitting with us today. Oh, right. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Questions. Thank you. Forgive me. So where do we have questions now? 4. Which way? All right, have the mic. Okay.
Thank you.
That's the man in white. Your name, sir?
My name is Nicholas Okoye. I'm the founder of the Global Investment Advisory Community. Very refreshing statements from Madame. I used to work at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, so I was part of the folks that supported the pension reform back in the day when Fola Diola Committee was set up by the president. So I went to the National Assembly to actually get the senators to pass the bill. I was one that the Stock Exchange sent, but that's just from a background perspective. My question is, we are promoting, and the world is evolving into digital asset markets. When pension reform was passed, and from your guidelines, digital assets, especially tokens that are tied to real world assets, were not part of the lineup of assets that pension funds may invest in. You did mention that you're interested in seeing pension funds investing in infrastructure, but the structure of those investments can come as tokenized assets. So my question is that currently in the guidelines? Or do we need to issue new guidelines to allow investment funds, asset managers, and folks who want to invest in securities from a pension fund standpoint, including the private pension plans that you talked about? Will digital assets and tokenized assets be part of those approvals from PENCOM, for instance?
Okay, so I'm not particularly sure whether it's an investment regulation just yet, but I think it's something that we're open to. What we're doing right now is we're very proactive. So if there's a need to issue any guideline to bring that in, we will be very fast in doing that. It's no longer a time where something needs to be done and you wait years. So we respond very quickly. But I'm not sure if investing in tokenized assets is in the, actually, I think it's there. I believe it's there because we've spoken about this a lot. So I believe it's there and it is covered, yes. That's what I said. If it is not there, we are very proactive. I think you were distracted when I was saying that. We are very proactive in, making amendments to regulation where need be. As you know, we issued the investment regulation last year in September. By February, we already issued an addendum that allowed people to invest more in the equities market. So I'm saying if there's a need to amend, we will do that very quickly.
All right. Thank you so much. We have another question there, but very quickly before we go to her, what do you think about Bitcoin? How do you see Bitcoin? Do you ever think about it?
I don't think about it at all. I think Bitcoin is not a store of value. I think it's valueless. But the US has a way of making money out of thin hair. So frankly, I don't rate Bitcoin. But if you want to trade in it to make money, by all means, go ahead.
Somebody else called it rat poison at some point. All right.
Okay, Dr. Maki Dewu, President of Council for National Institute of Credit Administration. Well done, DG, for all you're doing. Can we give it for her beauty and brains combined? Thank you. I love the comment you made saying that pensioners should be able to live on what they earn. And so my question will be, how will the commission work on that so that we can assess more? I recently retired, and I can tell you that what I get as my pension would only pay my driver. And I'm not able to get more. So I think it's something you want to look at. How can you allow people access a bit more from their pension? Thank you.
Okay. And this is a joke. I just don't think when they were designing it, they thought you were going to pay your driver, you know. Maybe if you weren't paying your driver, you'll be fine. But forgive me for that. So what we are trying to do is to see, is to make sure that Nigerians continue to get more when they retire and, you know, can maintain their lifestyle when they retire. But as you know, contributions or pensions rather is a function of what you contribute. And if the contribution is small, then the pension becomes small. And what I will add to that again is, last year we introduced the Pension Boost 1.0. I don't know if that affected you and your payout increased, but that significantly increased payout by over 40%. It's the first time that payout has gone up that much. So what we continue to do is encourage or provide the enabling environment for pension funds to be able to invest and take the right kind of risk that can generate higher returns. Once that happens, we do have a formula we use to see whether we can increase payout to retirees or not. Like I said, Pension Boost 1.0 was last year, meaning we were able to increase it. We are hoping that we continue to invest the right way and continue to put more money in the hands of retirees like yourself.
All right.
Thank you very much, DG. Really appreciate your response. I'm Mrs. Eva Akinwuton. I also recently retired from the bank. And now this 40% increment you just talked about, for some of us who retired before that, can we benefit from this incremental payout? Thank you. Like if you retired a year or a few months before this increment. Thank you.
I don't know why Madam Eva is looking for more money. Frankly, I don't know. So if you had retired by the time the pension boost was done last year, then you will get more funds. But if you retired after that pension boost, I think it happened in June 2025 last year. But if your retirement was after then we have already factored it into your new payout. So you will just see, you are receiving more, but you wouldn't know because, you know, you just started receiving your pensions. And so that's what I would say. But good to see you again in the crowd.
Okay, my name is Ayodeji Bankole Olushino. Well done for the work you're doing. My question is around the new personal pension plan, and then you also just talked about pension agents. And you said you were going to focus essentially distribution with fintechs. And I was thinking that is there an opportunity to also work across industry, opportunities say for microinsurance companies or those kind of other aggregators that may have deep roots. So how are you working across industry if there's an opportunity for that?
Pardon me, I said fintechs mainly, but we are open to anyone that can take pensions to Nigerians wherever they are, whether it's insurance, whether it's telcos, anybody at all that can get to Nigerians that has the right technology architecture. We'll license you. We want to license as many as possible so that they can reach ordinary Nigerians.
All right. Do we have any more? Or we're done? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for her for helping us answer these critical questions.
Very engaging conversation. Thank you to Ladi for steering it. We'll take one photo, then I'll welcome CEO, Fsdh Merchant Bank, Bukola Smith, to present our token of appreciation to the Director General, National Pension Commission, for her intervention here today. Please receive her with an applause as she comes up. Welcome. Together, indeed, we achieve more. Please appreciate Madam Omolola Olowo-Raron for her very optimistic insights. If I counted the number of times I heard the word optimist or optimistic, I was like, these are the kinds of people we need leading us, who are optimistic enough to put their weight where their ideas are. Thank you, ma'am. More grace to you in the work that you do. And we'll be looking forward to greater strides as we continue to co-create the future of intelligent investing. Distinguished guests, please keep your eyes on the screen. For those who may not have seen, and to those of us who are online, please, we need to say thank you. Please put your hands together for all our online participants. They've been here, they've stayed through. We have a video, some of us have seen before, some of us haven't, just to show us what FSDH is all about again. Final panel is ready. Panelists are here. Moderator is ready. We'll be back in a moment.
Infrastructure, good infrastructure is actually essential for the development of any nation. In Nigeria, the World Bank has actually identified that there's a major infrastructure gap. The gap is estimated at $3 trillion, which has to be filled or which has to be addressed by 2050. FSDH, as one of the foremost investment and merchant banks, actually takes financing infrastructure very seriously, and we have curated several ways which we finance the infrastructure gap. Not only do we bring financing on the table, we bring training on the table, we bring our expertise on the table, and that's why our loan default in FSDH is actually very low. So in summary, accessing finance for your business is as simple as FSDH. Please get in touch with us today at any of our locations and online. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tony Owolabi. I am the MD CEO of FSDH Asset Management. What we do in FSDH Asset Management, we understand our customer, we understand the risk profile, we understand the goals, where they are in life, and we try to manage the relationship in such a way that at any point, at any step in their lives, we are there. So we are here at FSDH and we will always support you. We will also support corporates to plan their cash flows and also to invest. It's not only savings. We also want people to invest and get wealthy. So if you belong to any of these categories, you can reach out to all the channels that have been displayed at the base of this stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we go into the final conversation, the final panel for today, please allow me say happy 50th birthday to Honorable Victor Olotu, MD of Mega Capital, who spent his birthday with us today. Happy birthday, sir. He's 50 today. So when he's 51 and we're back here, we'll have conversations about what has happened, what has changed, all right. I'd like to welcome back Laddie Williams. Please celebrate Laddie. Thank you. This final panel is financing growth, mobilizing capital for infrastructure, energy, and the real sector. Laddie, once again, do as you have always done.
Thank you. Please don't get tired of me yet.
We cannot.
All right, so definitely we're moving on to the next one. Put your hands together for the previous panels. They were fantastic, intelligent people. And now we're going to be moving on to mobilizing capital for infrastructure, energy, and the real sector. We keep talking about the real sector. We don't talk about it enough, but we need definitely capital flowing there. And to help us unpack all of this, we have Mr. Christian Mulamula, who's the principal country head, Nigeria International Finance Corporation. Please put your hands together for him. Please keep clapping for him as he makes his way here. So we also have Mr. Akeem Uyewale, is the CEO, Marble Capital. Please put your hands together for him. And as he makes his way up, we have Dr. Sulaiman Ibrahim, is the CEO, Fsdh Infrastructure Debt Fund. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here. Welcome, sir. And also we have Mr. Daniel Mueller, as Executive Director and COO Infra Credits, also joining us here. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up. Welcome, sir. Please keep clapping for him.
Laddie, please let me cut in just a moment. We'd like to take an opportunity to grab this photograph with the Director General, National PENCOM. We'll welcome the leadership of FSDH to please come up with our MDs who are here present. Please join for a very quick group photograph before we say good afternoon. Please come join us up on stage. Yes, please. Thank you. Yes, please. The MD, FSDH Merchant Bank, FSDH Capital. Can you do it here? No, photographers say you have to come up, please. And FSDH Asset Management. Executive directors here present, please, we'll ask you to join up in this photograph as well. Previous speakers who are still in the room. I know Abimbola Kasim is here. Well, he's should be up here anyway. Yes, here you are. If Mr. Jude Chemeka is still here, I'm not sure. I saw Elile walk out just a moment ago. Sheyi Ebenezer? No. Yamo? Hakim? Where's Hakim? Okay. After this shot, okay, Elile is here. Those who are seated on stage, please join in the next shot. Okay, please stand up and join them. Elile is coming up. Yes. Other speakers here present, if you are still here, you can hear the sound of my voice. You're out in the foyer or the tea break area. Please join in the shot. Photographers will do a good job of telling us who to stand where. All right. Who are they looking at? Who are they looking at? Okay, tallest. Please look at him and say co-create. What are we co-creating? The future of intelligent investment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Laddie, now over to you. Thank you.
All righty then. Okay, so we're going to be moving this conversation as fast as we can. Time is fast spent, and we have gathered so much knowledge already today. If you feel like you are becoming an intelligent investor right now, please put your hands together for yourself. Because I feel it. I feel I'm getting more intelligent with investing today. So thank you so much, Sas, for joining us for this panel. First of all, we'll be talking a lot about unlocking capital at this point for different sectors, the real sector, infrastructure, real estate. We're begging for patient capital at this point. I'd like to get your impression on what it would take to actually unlock funding that's for the real estate sector. What would it take, at this point? I'll start with you, sir.
Thanks for the question. I think one can look at it from the supply side and then also look at it from the demand side. From the demand side, and I've listened to some of the conversations, I've really spoken to this. It's really a question of having projects that demand the capital, projects that can be recipients of that capital. I think PENCOM, when they were here, they talked about the quality of projects, they talked about bankable projects. In terms of PENCOM, I think I had them talking about projects that have got sustainable cash flows, reliable cash flows. I think I had them talking a little bit about governance type issues. I think I had them talking about the structuring around those projects to make them bankable, whether it's closing gaps on the for example, if there are unreliable cash flows and therefore there are possible gaps, using certain products, whether it's blended finance or whatever, to close those gaps. Then on the supply side, meaning that assuming there are enough of those types of projects, then what does it take to bring the capital to those projects? I think if you're talking about local currency, then there's a question of making sure you've got the capital markets, and I think PENCOM are the suspects that are looking at that. You've got the savings levels that are creating the capital that will invest in those projects. If you're talking about hard currency, that means you're talking about capital coming from abroad, then you're talking about the policy framework around that. So for example, some of the regulations or the changes that were made to the FX market have gone a long way to contributing to making it easier for hard currency flows to come into the country to fund projects. Now, for example, if you have got, an exchange rate that is not sustainable, that means anybody coming in at one exchange rate and he's going to be exiting in 10 years' time, he's almost certain that he's going to be booking a loss from day one. But when you have a more reliable exchange rate, people know, there's an understanding that is driven by country macro, etc. Then the investor, the long-term investor, can factor those issues into his investment decision. If he needs to hedge it one way or the other, then he can factor it. So I think those are the two sides I would think about when you're looking at bringing a lot more capital into investment projects.
Right, and it's been great, watching the Naira stay stable, coming in from 2025, even into 2026. But, we keep talking about, public, private capital, and it almost seems at some point you feel like, the private and public somehow, work against each other. What do you think can be done to get a collaboration, between private and public capital to actually unlock these funds needed for infrastructure in the real sector?
I don't see it that way. I don't see there being a natural clash or conflict between private and public. What I would say is that most public capital, most governments are capital constrained. I mean, they have a budget, they can only raise X amount of revenues, meaning that they cannot tax you ad infinitum, isn't it? You guys are only willing to pay certain amounts in taxes, right? So the government budget is going to be limited. Their pass is limited. So there's only so much they can do. And to my mind, I would argue that because public capital is always going to be constrained, then the public sector, in terms of project funding, should limit itself to doing the things that maximize the bang for their buck, okay? So they should be focusing, for example, on helping bring through projects to the market. Whether it's the early work that needs to be done to develop feasibility studies, to develop studies, developing the framework for those projects, because those are the things that they can do very well, because the public sector includes parliament, it includes the executive, and all that. They can create policies that make it easier for projects to become bankable, that make the regulatory environment more reliable. Those are things they can do without consuming capital. And then leave the job of, the actual capital to the private sector, okay? Because the private sector tends to be better able to raise huge amounts of capital. And I think there was talk about here about blended finance, closing some of the, as I alluded to earlier, the gaps that might be there, focusing on those particular areas, focusing on just providing that blended finance, that component, I'm conscious that certain terms are not you know, when we talk about subsidies, you know, everybody thinks about, you know, you go to the pump and instead of paying 100 naira or 1,000 naira per liter, you ought to be paying only 100. That kind of subsidy, which is a mass subsidy, is probably not what you want to be doing. You want to be targeting certain types of subsidies or incentives that will allow projects to happen as opposed to mass subsidies. So if you think about it that way, I don't think the two are in conflict with each other. It is one working to enhance the other. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, definitely. You know, sometimes when you hear subsidy, kind of puts a sour taste in our mouth at this point. But subsidy is not a bad thing. It's how you do it at this point. Dr. Sulaiman, coming to you with this one now. We know there's a gap there when it comes to finance. Tell us why it's there and how we can actually, you know, close that gap.
Okay, thank you very much. The gap exists clearly, but I think the challenge has always been how do you present pipelines that are investable, just like the DG mentioned earlier. And what makes pipeline investable is their bankability and how you prepare them. So a lot of the challenges we have is promoters not being able to even fund that early preparatory stage of their projects. And once you don't do that, then it's difficult for you to then attract capital, right? Capital will naturally follow where they can see clear sight of return of their investment. That's one. And how do you do this? You need to begin to, beyond preparing the project properly, also be able to match the investment to the tenure of the projects. Ebenezer mentioned data center the other time. How do you give data center money for 5 years when the cash flow is for 20 years? So the issue really is about structuring, and the problem we have, I think, is about structuring the appropriate way, using the right instruments to then support the projects once they are proven that they are bankable. So once we do that, it's very easy for us to find capital chasing these projects because there is a clear sight of return. That's on one hand. On the other hand, especially for international investors, we have issues with FX, right? And like I highlighted earlier, Christian highlighted earlier, if you deal with matching the receivables with FX, either by linking them directly with instruments that support that, like hedging, then it's very easy for you to be able to then flow investment both internationally and domestically into such projects. So I would say really the gap exists because of the way we try to finance projects, infrastructure projects, because we try to finance them like working capital, which is short-term and does not sync with the cycle of those projects, or else they'll get into trouble. Then we need to prepare them properly. And finally, we need to find a way to de-risk those projects. And I think that's where the public sector plays a very big role. Things around right of way, land acquisitions, those are things that the public sector can deal with, right? Why they then leave the rest to the private sector who has the experience and capacity to mobilize funds to then take those projects forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mueller, I'll come to you now. Definitely we've talked about bankable projects a lot today. For you, what would make you want to chase a project and say, you know what, take my money, you know, at this point? What would you like to see there?
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Fsdh for inviting us all to be part of this investors conference. There's really three opportunities that we're seeing in the market today, as far as one is taking existing, established, really brownfield clients that are still diamonds in the rough, have never come to the capital market, have never gotten a credit rating. It's really bringing them in to borrow at capital market rates, which are today maybe 16, 17% for a risk-free instrument versus the 28, 29% they're borrowing from banks. So that's part of what we all collectively have to be doing is shepherding these clients into the capital market. The second and the biggest opportunity remains, PPP projects, working with government, whether federal or state, and really convincing them to involve the private sector, not just as a contractor that builds and walks away with their profit, but actually as the financier, operator, 30-year operator is really the opportunity. We've done it in ports, we've done it in last mile gas infrastructure, some of the hydropower plants. We need to do it in a lot more areas, be it everything with the rail infrastructure, water projects in every urban area. This is still a massive area where there's political risk. You don't know what the next governor will do or the next, DG of a federal parastatal. So you do need those, those political protections to enable the private sector financing to come into those projects. But the models are there, right? If you have maybe an ISPO or you have a direct agreement that enables, protects the lenders. The third area, others have alluded to on blended finance. For socially impactful projects, there's other capital that can be blended in. A lot of foreign capital from development finance partners that used to insist on lending in foreign currency, which is the wrong model for Nigeria. But now there's a lot more willingness on their part to take local currency risk because it's impactful. And again, that's doing rural mini grids and really bringing infrastructure to people that haven't had it for the first time. So there are three very unique funding opportunities that are all available to us today. We're not facing some huge devaluation crisis or something. We must take advantage of this time. Thank you.
Right, and looking at, this time, Mr. Mueller, what sectors are giving you a lot of confidence right now when it comes to the Nigerian economy?
Energy is more open than ever, really, in terms of everything in the electricity space and what we call gas to power. And I always use these examples. 10, 15 years ago, a lot of these tools didn't exist. You didn't have an infra credit to provide a 10, 15, or 20-year guarantee. You didn't have infrastructure funds. Now there are several taking 10-year local currency risk. Every electricity license had to come from one regulator in Abuja. Now 36 states can issue their own licenses. So all of all these tools are available to us. Also liquefied natural gas. We didn't have it available in our domestic market. As much as Nigeria had been exporting it for 20 years or more, there was no availability in the domestic market, but now there is. And we just had a client commission their plant in Ogun State 2 days ago and send their first trucks up to different factories in Kano. So projects can be structured today with local regulation within a state environment. They can operate on whether it's solar or LNG, whatever is available. Again, these really weren't available to us even 10, 15 years ago. So the energy space, by and large, there's no reason why we can't actually achieve what we've always talked about, which is 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 megawatts. It's just going to be local, regional solutions, not necessarily top-down, but bottom-up solutions.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Oyewale. Now, so definitely we've talked a lot about unlocking capital for different sectors, but the real sector at this point that definitely needs a lot of attention. What do you think can be done, for those players in the real sector? How should they position themselves to actually, attract this capital that it desperately needs?
Thank you very much. I think for the real sector, just like the DG Penco mentioned, we aren't seeing a lot of bankable projects, and we need them, okay? And what makes a project to be bankable? You have to have clear feasibility studies being done, you have to have very clear sight of the revenue streams, and you have to be able to mitigate the risks. Now, those three points are usually, you can expand them as you want, because when you talking about risk mitigation, one of the key areas is what is government doing to reduce the risk of that project? Is there policy consistency? Is there a challenge with the foreign exchange? Is there a challenge with the macros generally? Okay, then you need to speak to the revenue streams. Do you have very, very solid offtake agreements, for the next 5 years, next 10 years, in order to make investors to be willing to actually come over and help you? Do you have proper structures for the project you are trying to do as well? Just like Mr. Mueller mentioned, there are many different ways of structuring a project in the infra space. You can decide you want just DFI, you want local financing, pension funds, getting GCC funding. But what is the ideal structure for the kind of infra you are trying to build in that your particular project. You must get a proper financial advisor. Then also there's usually this concern by promoters. They do not either put in enough equity at the initial stage, or they don't appoint the right financial advisors. You know, they think they can do it, they just meet A, B, C, D. So if you can address those concerns, have a very, very solid feasibility studies being carried out, E&S studies being done to be sure there are not going to be environmental pollution as a result of your project, and ensure that you have revenue streams that can be stress tested. You know, whether there are vagaries of the economy, will this project still be solid? You know, then also ensuring that the risk areas are identified and mitigated. Then you get proper funding coming for your project.
But, you know, looking at what's playing out, you know, in the global economy and, you know, locally, is there a risk that, you know, most of these fund managers, is there a risk they miss out on the big picture, you know, because they're trying to, you know, secure that fund and, you know, not looking deeper, you know, into that, you know, project? Do you see that happening sometimes?
It will happen occasionally. I mean, you'll be some gems, you know, depending on your screening methodology, depending on the strategy of your fund as well. You can miss one or two gems. But any fund manager is usually how to optimize their returns. However, it's within certain boundaries. You know, a pension fund manager, for example, has to comply with all the regulations of PENCOM. You know, a fund manager that has an infra fund that's given prospectus to SEC has to comply with whatever they have said their investment committee will review. You know, so they may have sectoral limitations, they may have currency limitation, geographical limitations. So all of these have to be brought to bear before they can decide whether to support a project or not. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you are squarely, you know, situated within the ambit of the strategy of that fund manager and your bankability is assured, there's really no reason why they will not support you.
All right, so I'll come to Mr. Mulamula now. Definitely we've heard comments, you know, that Africa sits on a lot of money, you know, but they're stuck in safe assets at this point. And if we could mobilize that capital to actually, you know, plug some of these gaps. Sometimes we don't really have to go out there to, you know, get some of these loans. For you, what should be the mindset, you know, at this point going forward for the continent to actually use this capital well instead of, you know, racking up debt?
Yeah, I think I had a comment, I think it was PENCOM, or I think one of us has mentioned here about the importance of developing our, you know, local capital market, isn't it? So that we can be able to lend to our projects in local currency. And if you look at countries like China several years back, you know, they were probably where we are today, but really they built their reserve out of growing their savings, okay? And it's out of growing your savings, you know, to pensions or other instruments that you're now able to turn those savings into investments into your infrastructure. So I think that's where it really it begins, by us, you know, as Nigeria and as Africans as a whole, growing our savings. And it's a state of mind, and it also it translates into practical actions, meaning that you ought to be consuming less than you're earning. That's the meaning of the word savings, isn't it? So we have to develop that culture whereby we are setting aside our savings, we're growing our pensions, and putting that money into vehicles whereby it'll serve us, it'll work for us, but it eventually comes back to us. Because what is saving? Saving is postponing consumption, isn't it? So you're avoiding consumption today, using the money that you've saved to do a whole bunch of stuff, but you will still be able to consume it later. So I think that's where the focus is. And until we're able to do that, we will continue to have weak capital markets, both on the debt side and on the equity side. It'll be local companies will be talking about New York listings or London listings in order to raise capital, as opposed to Lagos listings or Johannesburg listings or Nairobi listings. On the debt side, we'll be talking about maybe DFI funding, or for example, or funding from international banks, as opposed to funding from local banks. Why? Because we'll be saying that when we go to our local bank, they can only give us 12-month facilities. They cannot give us 10-year money. Why? Because they don't have 10-year deposits, okay? They cannot give you 10-year money if they don't have 10-year deposits. So I think that's where it starts. Sometimes when we talk of development, development is a complex subject, right? Otherwise we'd have cracked this thing a long time ago. It's a complex subject, and it starts by those small things, and they build up and they rack up before they begin to yield some benefits from us.
Thank you so much for that. I'll come to Ms. Oyewale now. There was a time we were always talking about, Sukuk and the oversubscription. Most of 2025, a lot of conversations, about that, but it seems like it's gone a little quiet. I don't know if that's just me. What are you seeing when it comes to, Sukuk funding?
Okay, thank you very much. So Sukuk is non-interest finance for long-term transactions, and the poster child has been the federal government issuances, of about $1 trillion now over the last seven or so years. Federal government has been the largest player in that market in Nigeria, unfortunately, and each time they come in, they get oversubscribed. We've not seen a lot of corporates coming into that space, and they should be coming in. What we're experiencing right now is that we're seeing a lot of corporate trying to tap into the short end of the non-interest commercial paper market. So we are seeing a number of organizations. Pay-Hazard, I was here just today. We had another entity that launched $100 billion just 2 weeks ago, John Vance. So we are seeing a number of corporates coming in to tap the non-interest finance, but on the short end of the, so just to make sure they're able to handle their working capital, handle some small acquisitions. So that is going on. But for infrastructure funds, I think is an area that they should look at. Okay, there is a large pool of non-interest funds available. Maybe not so much in pensions right now, but still large. But offshore, we have a lot of focused investors that are looking for non-interest investment on the longer term. So I will urge a lot of infra funds, and we have a couple in the room here. They should look at opportunities of structuring bankable projects using non-interest finance.
All right, let me come to Dr. Ibrahim now. I'd like to get your, because I know you have a background in debt, at this point. I'd like you to add some comments to that.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that feedback, Dr. Iwali. I think that why we are here, really, is to be able to then provide this opportunity for us to crowd investment into infrastructure. And that's why we're a debt fund. And what that affords infrastructure, usually that will provide long-term capital, right? And like Christian said earlier, if we then find a way to mobilize our savings, right, into investment into infrastructure, because most of the infrastructure that we invest in are defensive, right? There will always be that return on that investment, preserving the capital, and also even appreciating the capital, and most are even beating inflation. So always I end, and that's what we try to do. But for us to be able to get to that point, it still goes back to the same point around what are the quality of these projects, right? Are we able to de-risk them? And that's where impact credit comes into the room. Whereby they turn what typically will be risk into investable risk assets, right? Then how do we manage issues around policy somersaults? And like you mentioned earlier, I think that in the last 2 years or 18 months, there has been some consistency in the FS space when it comes to our policies, and that bodes well for investment in infrastructure. And if we take that forward, it's natural that our infrastructure projects would then attract the kind of capital they are looking for longer term projects. Then of course, things around discipline when it comes to governance, right? Because the PFAs are not afraid to actually invest. But what they are afraid of is, in another 10 years, if somebody calls you up after you're retired, come and defend the investment you made 10 years ago, are you justified making them? And that is what all of us try to do. So I'm saving my money because I think that in 10 years' time, when I need, I need to call on it. If we don't have that in place, then it's a challenge. And that's what we need to focus on. And that's where an infra fund like ours is in the room, to provide that kind of comfort, the risk projects, ensure that they are well prepared, invest in them, and then ensure that we're able to get returns from them.
All right, so Mr. Mueller, at this point, you know, there's politics everywhere. But it almost seems like on the African continent, especially with some countries in Africa, they take politics to a whole new level. How much of that is the reason why some of these African countries have huge gaps? How much of politics is the cause of that, in your opinion?
Yeah, when power is too centralized, you tend to have short-term thinking. Nobody wants to build a palm plantation because it will take 5 years before you really start making money. Nobody wants to build a hydropower plant because it might take 2.5 years before it's commissioned. So you end up with a lot of people in government that have the ability to, you know, structure and fund, you know, impactful infrastructure, but they're not interested. They want to see what can be done in the next 9 months, 12 months before the next election, whether it's because they need to show that they've achieved something, or they are doing other things with the recycling of monies that go in and out of government and refund election campaigns. So that's the risk with countries that haven't well established their infrastructure yet. They haven't well established their capital markets. Nigeria's sort of caught in between. Our capital market is wonderful. Government's issuing, you know, treasury bonds up to 30 years as a history. State governments have been issuing bonds since the 70s. We privatized the pensions in 2004. So Nigeria has the ability to fund on the private side that a lot of sub-Saharan African countries don't have. But our infrastructure is still not anywhere near where it needs to be. We're still a DIY economy with your own generator, your own borehole, and the like. So we have to use these tools. Again, it's part of what the opportunity is. But that's the challenge. You try to engage with government, and they don't want to hear about a 3-year project. They don't want to hear about, because it doesn't meet their timeline. So that's the challenge, and not just Nigeria, but, you know, speaking to most elected officials anywhere. And that's why, again, we want to get as much infrastructure as we can to be privately managed, 30-year concessions. It works, it's proven. We've seen it with Mainstream and North-South Power taking over some of the hydro dams and doing a better job than when it was run previously. So that opportunity is still very much in front of us, but it takes a lot of effort to get government to agree the structures. Thank you.
Would you say politics is 80% the problem?
In terms of trying to do PPP, yes, it's maybe not problem, but challenge. It's both the challenge and the opportunity. Because if you can get the government to bid out a concession for a project, transparently done, if you actually have the connections and influence and pedigree to make that happen, well, you'll just be doing project after project after project in this space. So again, that's the opportunity. We worked with Ekiti State last year. It's actually 4 years we worked with them. They rewrote their PPP law. We crowded in some foreign technical assistance to fund technical studies, and they bid out a project for a toll road, 17 kilometers. The SEC approved the 20-year bond by the concessionaire, and we guaranteed it. So it can be done. But we have to then emulate that, copy that model in other states. And pension funds bought that debt on the back of our guarantee. So this is, again, it took several years to do it. That doesn't always sound like it's worth the time for everyone, right? But the model's there. It's about replicating it. Thank you.
You want to jump in?
I want to quickly jump in defense of Africa on this one. So yes, are there political challenges in Africa? But I mean, I'm not sure if there are enough people older than me in this room, but I still remember the days in Latin America where there were sovereign defaults literally every other day. You know, countries like Brazil and Argentina had inflation running at 4 digits. You know, literally, you go in the morning to buy something at $1. When you come back in the evening, it's $100, you know, literally in one single day. So these challenges are not necessarily unique to Africa, right? And that's not to exonerate Africa. But, you know, Latin America has gone through them. Latin America has probably come a long way, you know. In more recent times, you're beginning to see it a lot more settled. You're beginning to see a lot more public-private partnerships coming through in Latin America. I think they learned their lesson, isn't it? You know, because of the limited physical space, because of the difficult macro environment, governments were forced to make some really tough decisions. And that's sometimes what it takes. You know, I suspect many Nigerians will agree with me that the policy reform that was taken after the last election was one of the toughest decisions that the government had to take. But it found itself in a very difficult place. You know, the proverbial hard place under a rock or something, I think that's what the Englishmen say. Yeah, so sometimes that's what it takes. And I think that's what you're calling politics. And sometimes you need really to get to that place when you're now willing to do, as Daniel has said, you're willing to parcel out certain areas of your business as a government and say, this one, I'm going to allow the private sector to run with this one. You know, whether it's a highway, whether it's an airport, whether it's a bridge, and then you say as a government, I'm going to focus on this. I'm going to focus on getting the kids a good education, making sure they have malaria vaccine, and all that sort of stuff, the softer side of the business.
Thank you so much for that. So, Dr. Ibrahim, what would improvement look like for you, you know, when it comes to, you know, bridging these gaps? We're looking maybe 10 years out.
Very simple. I think that we need to find a way as a country to create a pipeline of bankable opportunities. And what that really means is that we should find a way to fund projects that have impacts and scale and prepare them for capital to flow into them. That would be one. The second one would then be that we need more of impact credits in this market where they can provide guarantees, either partial or full guarantees, to then allow people that typically, or investors that typically will have some sort of fears around those investments, then be able to then invest in them because those guarantees have been given. And once the project is well prepared, it's very easy for you to then implement and start making money from them. And they won't lose, the investors won't lose. And we have the infrastructure that we're looking for. Those two will be the real, because I think the policy environment is becoming consistent. Gone are the days where we have flip-flops, right? So I would think that is less of a concern. But having investable pipeline of projects, critical projects, and the impact credits of this world to be able to then guarantee investments.
And I guess another fear is you see, you know, stable policies with one government, then you have that fear, if that government goes out, then things change again, and you start from ground zero.
So you referenced that earlier when you talked about the fact that you have the right set of advisors. And I'm very happy to chip into this. When we did MME2 transaction, we have maybe all the advisors coming from abroad. Today, we have more than enough certified PPP professionals that are also not advising other countries on the continent. I'm one of them. So we've learned over time, right? Over time to then be able to lean on that, to be able to then support transactions. That's on one hand. And I hear you, it's possible, but when the government knows that when they default on transactions, the real cost is more than the cost of the project. Sometimes I think that they probably will just allow that project to run its course. But again, in the final analysis, if we keep flip-flopping, right, then we'll never get to close the gap that we're looking at. And I think because we are all learning and about how to manage this sector of our economy, the likelihood is that if the project has impact, has scale, it will be difficult for anybody to come and say, I'm revoking this. We saw that with the oil and gas sector when Obasanjo left. If we had left those two refineries, for instance, maybe perhaps we have more of those than just this one that we now have now. And I dare say that some of the capital projects that we're also seeing today, capital infrastructure projects that we're also seeing today, it would be difficult for anybody to come and say they want to revoke them because you can see the impact already. So I think that the danger is there, but it's significantly diminished from my own analysis at this time.
All right, I'm definitely hoping for a time where, you see government embarking on projects and we see Nigerians actually celebrating, those projects. I'm looking forward to that time. But at this time now, let's see if we can take some questions. Do we have questions? Any questions for this incredible panel? All right, gentleman over there. The mic's coming to you right now, so you just introduce yourself and tell us who you're directing your question to.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very grateful to Fsdh for organizing a session like this and to the panelists that have all spoken. My question is not to one particular person. Is actually something that borders on an intuition, sort of. So I'm thinking that instead of we to focus on trying to do more of guarantees are good, but instead of us doing a sort of like guarantees and all, can the government step in to make sure that the basic things like food, shelter, and clothing they provide that better guarantee for the citizen? And where I'm going is, in the advanced world, we see that somebody just starts a job now, and with that job that he starts, that he has just started, he can get housing for 30 years, can get a car based on just the employment letter, and can pay over a very long period of time. For me, I feel that frees up capital. So the citizens are able to now save for a longer period of time because they now have more cash flow. That if those cash flow are not being fed into the payment of housing and into the payment of maybe the car allowance and all that. So basically, the government is doing more to make sure that the basic amenities of life, the citizens can afford it. So whatever it is that comes as spare from the citizen will be able to stimulate more savings and help the economy a bit more better. So I feel if the government can step in that regard, even doing a lot of guaranteeing a lot of infrastructural projects and all that would not seem like more of a necessity for us to be able to go over and above whatever limitation that we're experiencing right now. So I feel the government should be able to step in and do that. And if the government steps in, the citizen will be encouraged to save more, and then to translate to more investment and the growth for the nation. So that is just an idea, and I feel I should just let it out. Thank you.
So we're getting a statement right there from him and an idea. At this point, if anybody wants to jump on that idea. Do we have any questions? Okay. All right. So, what do you think about his recommendation?
Maybe I'll start. Look, I think it depends on your philosophy about life as to whether you think money is best placed in the public sector or better placed in the private sector. Because remember, for the government to do anything for you, it has to get the money from you, okay? That's the way it works, isn't it? The government has got to tax you in order to be able to come and do things for you. So it has to be, is your posture that I'm better off giving my wallet to the government and then it does a whole bunch of things for me, or would I rather give as little as I am willing to the government, and then the rest of it, I am the custodian of what I do with the rest of my money, okay? And that's what most people in capitalism tend to think, isn't it? They want to minimize their taxes. Of course, you're obeying, you're following the law and all that, but they want to minimize their taxes and then allow enough for themselves to now figure out what they are going to do with that money, that disposable income. I think that's what the economists call it, disposable income. Then they can figure some of it they might save. Now, in fact, when you talk about countries whereby you can get a job and you can buy a car and on 10-year money, it actually means that sometime back prior to you, somebody had saved that money so that somebody can come and lend it to you for 10 years. Because you haven't earned it yet, okay? So anybody lending you a 30-year mortgage, because you haven't earned 30-year money yet. Somebody else earned 30-year money. He has saved it. He has postponed his consumption so that you can come and borrow it and pay it over 10 years. So it really depends on your philosophy about life.
Fantastic. All right. I guess that's a good place to anchor it at this point. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for this incredible panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please rise for a group photograph together. Insightful conversations. I would like to welcome Executive Director, Risk Management and Compliance at Fsdh Merchant Bank, Kubi Momo, to present the tokens of appreciation to our speakers who have done a phenomenal job on this topic of financing growth. Please appreciate her as she comes up to stage. Daniel Muela will be the first to receive, just because he's by me. Yes, you'll stay. And Kubi Momo would present to you. After that, we have Suleiman Ibrahim, doctor. Daniel, you can smile. Oh, over there. The next one is for Dr. Suleiman. Please just hold on, we'll take a group photograph as well with the plaque. Thank you. Then we have for Dr. Akim. You're fine there, sir. Yeah. And finally, we have for Christian Mulamula. Thank you. Kumi Mama will stay in the middle, and then we'll take a photograph around her. Yes. Thank you. Distinguished guests, it's also Kumbi Mama's birthday, so allow me sing happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Kumbi, happy birthday to you. Thank you, ma'am. The opening charge, or part of the opening charge, was the conversations will lead to key points that would be actionable and accountable. And I'm sure we've been able to achieve a lot of that, and in the course of the days, we'll have more action points. To say thank you and wish us well, give us the closing remarks, I'd like to welcome Managing Director, FSDH Asset Management, Toyin Owolabi, as he comes back to stage. Please appreciate him with an applause. It's not his birthday today, but he would give us the closing remarks.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, panelists, and colleagues, and everyone who's joined us online and physically. I'd like to say thank you. As we bring this conference to a close, I'd like to sincerely appreciate your presence, your insights, your questions, and your commitments to the conversation we have shared today. As my colleague Bukola had mentioned earlier when she opened the session,
When we set out to create this conference, our goal was simple. It was just to build the platform where investors and policymakers, regulators and business leaders could come together to have a honest conversation regarding the future of investing in Nigeria. And today, I believe that goal has been achieved. Across the keynote address, the fire chat, and the panel sessions, we have explored critical questions around policy reforms, the infrastructure financing, pension capital, market liquidity, and partnerships required to unlock the long-term growth. We have examined not only where Nigeria stands today, but what must happen next. One thing has become clear. Intelligent investing is not just simply about capital allocation. It's about trust. I think we mentioned a lot of trust. And it's about policy certainty. It's about institutional strength, and also creating systems that give investors the confidence to commit for the long term. We have heard that Nigeria has the capital, the talent, and the opportunity. Our markets have shown strong performance, and investor participation continues to grow, and the appetite for long-term investment is evident. But this is just not enough. Sustainable growth requires deliberate action. It requires stronger market structures, deeper collaboration between public and private sectors, and a shared commitment to reforms that make Nigeria more investable, more competitive, more resilient. This is the real meaning of this year's theme, co-creating the future of intelligent investing. It reminds us that no single institution can do this on its own. No government, no regulator, no investor, and certainly no banks. The future will be built through partnerships. At FSDH, we remain committed to playing our part, serving as a trusted partner to businesses, investors, and institutions, and contributing meaningfully to the growth of the Nigerian economy. But the true value of today is not measured by the quality of our discussions. It is measured by what happens after we all leave this room, by the decisions that we make, the collaborations that we build, and the action that we take afterwards. To our speakers and panelists, I say thank you for sharing your experience and perspective. To our guests and participants, I thank you for your time and the meaningful engagement. And to our partners and the entire FSDH team, I thank you for making this possible. As we leave today, I hope that we'll leave with more insight, we'll leave with stronger resolve, clearer priorities, and a commitment to help shape an investment ecosystem that is resilient, inclusive, and future-ready. Together, we are not just investing in the future, we are co-creating it. Thank you, and have a safe journey home. Together, we achieve more.
Thank you, Mr. Olabi. As we say goodbye and head to lunch, there are QR codes on the screen. Please do well to scan them. Give us your feedback. Let's know how you would like us to improve and do better. We thank you for spending your day with us, for investing your day with us in co-creating an intelligent future of investing. Thank you so much. My name is Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk. It's been my honor to be your master of ceremonies. Good afternoon and God bless.
They want you to quickly announce the lunch again.
Sure. Distinguished guests, lunch is served in the same space where tea was served. Please stay and have lunch with us. There is so much to go around. Spend your afternoon with us. Network, eat, make merry. We are co-creating a more intelligent investment future. And we're also co-creating great networks, great friendships, great collaborations. So please stay with us, have lunch, and enjoy the afternoon before you go back to work. Thank you.